Yeah. You get the first place prize, man. I give out a first place prize every day to a first place person. What's up, Kelsey? So what's up, y'all? What's up, y'all? The title of today's discussion is The Perfect Self-Concept. Remembering what already is, all right? So we're going to talk about self-concept today, how to actually get what you want by perfecting that self-concept of yours, right? One of the biggest mystical things. You have to have the self-concept to manifest. Reality is always reflecting back your self-concept. We're going to talk about self-concept in a different way today. All right. So the first thing I want to say is this. Let's go and cut straight to the heart of this. OK, the more that you try to fix yourself, the more you believe you have to work on your self-concept is the more that you are just simply affirming I am not enough. The more you believe that somewhere in the future, when your self-concept is better or fixed, you are simply saying that right now I'm not that person. If I go through time and do some things, then one day I will become that person. This is a trap. All right, so let's get right into it. The trap of fixing yourself. The greatest illusion in the pursuit of self-concept is the belief that you must repair something broken, that you must repair something broken. The more you strive to polish the mirror, the more you affirm it was shattered. But the truth is this, you were never less than whole. The more you chase the perfect image, the more you veil the fact that you already embody it. To work endlessly on self-concept is often to repeat the hidden mantra, I am not enough. Yet God never called you lacking. You are not a project to be completed. You are the eternal I am made flesh. This is one of the traps. You walk into the manifestation community and your life's not going the way you want it in some area, whether it's your person that you want, whether it's the money that you want, whatever the case may be. And you hear someone say you have to embody it. And then you walk around saying, oh, I have to embody this. And then you hear somebody say it's your self-concept. And then you begin the trap of starting to work on yourself to improve these subconscious patterns and subconscious thoughts. When really the whole time that you are doing that, what you are saying is, I am not enough. There is no future to work towards. The future are just thoughts. The past are just thoughts. There is only right now. And the more that you can rest in that absolute knowing that I am no matter what, I am already perfect. I am already made in the perfect image of Source. The more things can unfold for you. All right. So Genesis 1:27. Genesis 1:27, okay? Take this very literally. Typically, we read scripture from a very metaphysical, very metaphorical perspective. Let's take this very, very literally, okay? So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, okay? So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Does God have to work on his self-concept? So why do you? Does God have to regulate a nervous system? So why do you? Does God have to reprogram a subconscious mind? So why do you? Just by saying you have to do those things, you are creating a reality where you have to do those things. This is all it's doing. By you saying, I am the person that needs to work on my self-concept, reality says, yes, you are. And it gives you a bunch of things to show you that and prove you that, because all it can do is mirror who you already be. This is how divine your ass is. The moment you start pretending that you have things to work on, reality says, yes, you do. Let's show you the proof. Right? Well, I have to love myself more to get more love. So you start working on things and you start taking bubble baths. Right? You start going and get your nails done, getting your hair done, working out, thinking all of these things mean you're loving yourself more. And the mirror says, you're looking for love. You're trying to strive to be loved. That means you're not loved. Let's give you more situations to show you that you have to strive to get it. But the moment you rest and you take this literally, so God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. The moment you start taking that literally, the moment you start resting in the knowing that I am already everything that I desire to be, this is the moment things turn around. Remember, life is just about your perspective. You're just walking around telling stories about everything, right? Even you saying that you have to work on something, that's just a story that you're making up. It's just a perspective. It's a perspective that you are choosing to see life through. And so life then reflects that perspective right back at you. It says, all right, you are being someone who wants to work on themselves all the time. Let's give you more situations to show you what to work on. Do you hear what I'm saying? Do you hear what I'm saying? The more you embody someone that has to work on their self-concept, the more reality says, yes, you do. You are already everything that you desire to be. You are already everything you desire to be. And yes, of course you can manifest weight loss without going to the gym. Absolutely. Who is the one who says you can't? It would be you. Of course you can get muscle without going to the gym. Who is the one who says you can't? It is you. It's you. Think about it. Everything is made out of God. Everything is the substance of God. This chair is God. The apple you eat is God. The cheesecake you eat is God. But what is the story that you attach to everything that you put in your mouth? Think about it. What is worse, the actual food or the belief about it? What is worse, the actual food or the belief about it? What's worse? It's the belief about it. It's the story. Most people, when they eat a cheesecake, they say, God damn, bro, I'm gonna have to work this shit out. You already attach a belief to it. Everything is just the substance of God. Everything is simply the substance of the divine. It's all mental. The universe is mind. All is mental. The universe is mind, right? It's the first of the Hermetic principles. Even scripture tell you the kingdom is within you. Everything is within you, as within, so without. The moment you make a decision on what everything means, that's what it means. Remember, you're just walking around telling stories about everything. Life is your imagination. Right now, if you were to lose your memory and your mother were to walk into the room and you looked at her, she would be meaningless. What makes her special is the story you tell about her. You say, she's been with me since the beginning. She's always there for me. I love her so much. She gives me life, all these things. There are stories that you are telling about her. When you walk into a room and you say, man, everybody's just looking at me, they were probably judging me. That is a story. The moment you say everybody's looking at me because they're jealous of me, that is a story. It's all a story. You're telling stories about everything. When you eat that apple, you eat it with the perspective of, this is healthier, I'm going to lose weight. When you eat that Big Mac, the motherfucking shaking fries, you eat it from the perspective of, bro, this shit is going to make me gain weight. You are the one telling the story. It's as simple as that. How do I do that? How do I eat whatever I want and lose weight? How do you do that shit? We'll start changing the story that you tell about everything. Start changing the story that you tell about everything. This law is not partial, y'all. It doesn't just work for a couple of things. It works for everything. All is mind, the universe is mental. Let's break that saying down. That's the first of the Hermetic principles. All is mind, the universe is mental. All is mind. What is mind? Mind is consciousness. Everything is consciousness. Everything is awareness. What is God? The spirit of God, right? We often try to make God to be this Santa Claus-like figure up there in heaven somewhere, right? But source, the spirit of God is just all that there is. Everything is made of this spirit. This spirit is everything, right? And you are the identity of it, right? So if this spirit is everything is this spirit of God, right? Every time that you say, I am, you are invoking the name of God, all right? So now, whatever you say anything is, all you are doing is speaking God into existence in your reality. You are speaking the word or God, the substance, the spirit of God, whatever you want to call it. As you speak, you are organizing God in your reality. Nothing is solid until you say so. Nothing has meaning until you say so. Right? The food you eat has meaning because you've been told a certain story for so long that it has become a limiting belief. This is a good segue. We'll often say things, I'll have, get pushback when I say there is no subconscious mind to reprogram. And we say, okay, well, what about these beliefs, and you just have certain beliefs that you don't know about them until you know about them. No, you know your beliefs. There are just certain beliefs that you have held on for so long. You think this is solidly how the world works, but I would question, is it? Food is one of them. You have been told for so long that a certain way of eating is right. And all of a sudden, somebody comes and shakes your world up. It might be hard for you to think any other thing is right. We have people arguing all the time over diet. No, you should eat vegan. No, you should be carnivore. No, you should do this. No, you should do that. Well, this race should do this. I'm not arguing against any of that, but the power behind all of that is still your mentality. It's still your mentality. We will even scientifically try to explain certain things. We will say, oh, it's your metabolism's faster. This person's body, their metabolism's faster so they can break down food. We would try to explain things like that, right? You might say, yeah, Alex, that is science. But then I would say, okay, then what the fuck is the placebo effect? What is that? What is the placebo effect? If all of these things are so scientifically accurate and true, then how come you can take eight cancer patients, you can give 4 of them medication that'll treat the tumor. You can give 4 of them placebo, and all 8 of them will heal if they believe they're getting the pill. Or some of the ones that are getting the sugar pill or the placebo will still heal. Why is that? We have to expand our mind to the possibilities of this reality, of this life. What is the placebo effect? Science calls it the placebo effect, but it's really the you are God effect. That's what it really is. It is your belief transcends this reality. Your belief overwrites anything science says. Anything science says is overridden by your belief. So yeah, we can sit here and we can listen to the doctor tell us, oh yeah, you have 3 months to live, Alex. Who makes the final decision on that? You got to change your diet. Who has the final decision on if I get healthy or not? Me. The doctor becomes the voodoo doctor sometimes. We go to them and they give us a diagnosis. And that becomes law in our mind. And all of a sudden, physically, our body manifests that symptom. Or we can say, nah, to hell with that. I'm going to overcome that. And boom, we can transcend whatever the doctor says. It is all mind. The universe is mental. All is mind. All. No exception. This journey, this whole reality creation journey, is not just about getting that one funky ass SP that you want. It's not just about getting that little sum of money that you want. This is about you expanding your mind to what is possible. Expanding your mind completely to what is possible. Okay? So, back to that verse, right? Genesis 1:27. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. All right. Your identity is not a clay statue that needs remolding every day. It is divine breath. Self-concept is not something you achieve. It is something you remember. Self-concept is an illusion, y'all. You are made in the perfect image of God. How could your self-concept be suffering in any way? You are source. You are all that there is. Just like the subconscious mind reprogramming is a lie. You don't have to God does not have to reprogram his subconscious mind to create. You don't have to regulate any nervous system to create. You are already all that there is. This self-concept work is an absolute illusion that keeps you stuck. The more that you say, I have to work on a self-concept to get what I want, the more you are affirming that I am not it right now. The more you say, I have to reprogram my subconscious mind, the more you are saying, I am not it right now. The more you say, I have to regulate a nervous system, I am not it right now. The more that you say, oh, I have to react a certain way in this situation, the more you're saying, I am not it until I go out there and do some shit. Do you have it or not? Anything that implies that right now you're not the person that has everything you desire is an illusion. It's illusory. It's not real. Okay? It's not what it seems. Cool. All right, so now let's get into this. All right, we're going to get into I am. I am. Okay, I am. Exodus 3:14. I am that I am. Exodus 3:14. When you say I am, you echo the first name of God revealed in the burning bush. Well, remember Moses said, what should I call you? I am that I am. Or we can translate it to I am what I am. Remember, even when we translate that phrase, I am that I am, what does that mean, right? It almost sounds like a mysterious metaphor for something. You just I am is the beginning, I am is the end. I am, the that in the middle is whatever. I am what I am. I am all that there is. And so every time that I speak, every time I choose to take a perspective in reality, I am the that, and the I am that I am. You know what I'm saying? So if I say I am prosperity, I choose to take the perspective of prosperity. So within the wholeness of I am that I am, which is the Alpha, the Omega, the beginning, the end, which is you get to choose specific perspectives to view reality from. This is actually what scientists would say. They'll say, well, if you look at reality, it's only 0.0001% matter. The rest of it is energy, information, empty space. Okay, you are an infinite being. Even scripture will tell you, in my Father's house are many mansions. In my Father's house are many mansions. You are the Father's house, right? You are the temple of the Most High. And in the Father's house are many mansions or dimensions. A dimension is a perspective that you can take. All right? So every time you change your perspective, you change dimensions, you change realities. So just by you saying, all right, I am prosperity, you change your perspective within the wholeness, the infiniteness of you. You get to choose that 0.0001% of reality to experience life through right now. And you are always switching perspectives, always switching realities, always jumping from moment to moment. Remember, this is even the nature of reality. This is how reality changes. You think you're walking through this linear timeline and everything is flowing. But I'll explain reality like a movie. Okay, if you go watch a movie is typically shot in what are called frames. Okay, frames per second. Right, frames per second. Okay, so think about it like this: frames per second. If right now you're watching this video, you think it's just this motion picture. What motion picture really means is that there's pictures that are flashing so quickly across the screen that it looks like motion. So if a film is shot in what's called 24 frames a second, that means every second there are 24 pictures. So you look and it's 24 pictures, but they're moving so fast you perceive it as what? Motion. Right? This is how reality is. Within a moment within a second, there are infinite moments. In every moment you are brand new. So you're not really walking through reality, okay? You're staying still. You're in the void. Reality is just collapsing or rearranging around you, right? So as you are sitting here and you're taking different perspectives within this void, reality is rearranging the substance of God, all that there is, right? It's simply rearranging, moving, unfolding as you, through you, for you, to you, by you, whatever you want to call it, all to you, all right? So this is the illusion of reality. This is how beautiful it is. This is how absolutely beautiful and breathtaking this is. Okay? You are an infinite being, all right? So the I am is within you. Beneath the layers of striving, beneath the stories of not enough, there is a radiant self untouched by failure, rejection, or comparison. The mystics have always pointed here. Meister Eckhart wrote, "The eye with which I see God is the same eye with which God sees me." That's such a profound, beautiful statement. The eye with which I see God is the same eye with which God sees me. You are reality. Reality is you. You are God. God is you. There is no separation. Even as within, so without is not profound enough for what you really are. Reality just is you. Where does God end and you begin? You can't tell me. You can't tell me. Where do you end and reality begin? You can't tell me. It's all you. There's not even a within. We go from thinking there's a God in the sky to a God within us that we have to dig within us to find. No, you just simply are source. You simply are source. So you simply are all that there is. So you simply are perfect as you are. There's nothing to dig for. You just are. You just are. Okay? So let's break down that quote, right? So in this mystery, the eye with which I see God is the same eye with which God sees me. In this mystery, the separation between seeker and sought dissolves. Right? We think it's a seeker and sought, right? The beloved and the beloved. When it's all the same, there is only one. There is only one, okay? There is no distance, no me over here trying to reach God over there. The gaze is one. The vision is shared. To see God is to awaken to the truth that God has never ceased to see himself through you. Your awareness is not a tool to grasp the divine. Your awareness is not a tool to grasp the divine. It is the very window through which divinity contemplates itself. That was cold. That was cold. Okay? Your awareness is not a tool to grasp the divine. It is the very window through which divinity contemplates itself. When you look within, when you whisper, I am, you are not summoning something outside. You are beholding yourself as the eternal being who beholds all. God's seeing is your seeing. Your seeing is God's seeing. You are both the mirror and the reflection, the seer and the seen, the beloved and the beloved, the belover and the beloved. Okay? In that union, striving collapses and perfection is remembered. The I, the vision, the light, reality, you is all one. It is all absolutely one. Okay? It's all absolutely one. Right? What's up? What's up? What's up? What would I advise someone who wants to drop the old subconscious? Well, the ultimate key for me when it comes to reality creation is presence. All right, presence. Even needing to drop a subconscious, right, to me is an illusion. It's illusory. Okay? Saying that I have to drop something. Basically, it's still saying that I need to work towards not being something else. Well, let's really talk about this. All right. So these subconscious beliefs. Typically, when we think of subconscious programming, we are imagining or we are perceiving something within us that we believe is holding us back. We believe we have a limiting belief. We believe there's some mysterious part of us that is keeping us from what we want. That is simply a story in itself. So in order to drop that story, tell a new story. There is nothing holding you back. Right now, you are the absolute perfection, the absolute image of the divine. That's all that there is. Right? It's simply reminding yourself or remembering who you are through the nonsense. You don't have to tell that old story. Nothing has to be holding you back. No one told you that anything is holding you back. Right? We are simply in this moment choosing to tell that story. And so the more that I can remember who I truly am, I am made in the perfect image of the divine. I am absolutely beautiful, absolutely blessed, absolutely brilliant. I am the place where divinity and identity meet. When you understand that, right now you can tell the truth of who you are and you can lean into that story. Lean into that story. See that old story as simply an old version of you. Bless it. See it as perfect because that old version of you got you here. But it's nothing to demonize. It's nothing that you really have to work through. It's already gone. You let go of it the moment that you remember who you are. Right? And so you constantly keep remembering that. You keep on remembering that. Right? And then you move forward in that knowing you allow everything to unfold for you. Like it always has been. Right? Cool. All right, so the Gospel of Thomas, one of my favorite quotes from the Gospel of Thomas, right? If you bring forth what is within you, what you bring forth will save you. The second half of that gets a little dark, right? But if you don't bring forth what is within you, what you don't bring forth will destroy you, right? This is the paradox. This is the paradox. The moment you stop trying to fix your self-concept, the perfect Son of God shines forth effortlessly. The moment you stop trying to fix yourself, right? This is one of the questions that I will always ask. I will say, okay, look, at what point are you healed? Well, I've been on this healing journey, Alex, and at what point are you healed? Even most people now, they'll really argue for their beliefs. They'll say, well, no one's ever truly healed. We're always just healing. What? What does that mean? What does this mean? Now, imagine you go around telling that story and then you're trying to tie your worthiness to get what you want to the quote unquote healing. It's a never ending dark hole. It's a black hole. You're just on that hamster wheel, on that treadmill forever, running as hard as you can and not going anywhere because you're simply being someone that continues to affirm they are not enough. This is what you are affirming by saying, I have to work on stuff. I have to fix my self-concept. You are saying, I am broken. I am not it right now. I am not enough when you absolutely are. Stop telling that incorrect, false, illusory story and remember who you truly are. Okay? Next, the mirror of awareness. The mirror of awareness. Awareness itself is your true self. You are pure awareness. It goes back to the question I always ask, right? If right now you lose your memory, you absolutely lose your memory of your mother, your father, your friends, the situations you are in. What does everything mean to you? Everything is absolutely meaningless. What gives everything meaning? The story that you tell as you are walking through life. You was like, something just doesn't look right in this. I just knew it was off. It was my intuition. Nah, you just manifest that shit. You just stood in the knowing of who you were and reality conformed to it. That's all it was. That's all it was. Huh? So awareness itself is your true self. It cannot be diminished, nor can it be improved on. There is no increase. You're just aware. You just are awareness. When you identify with thoughts of lack, you feel broken. When you rest in awareness itself, you remember nothing was ever missing. Matthew 5:48. Here's another beautiful one. Okay, Matthew 5:48. Be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect. I don't really have to explain this one, but I will. I don't have to explain this one, but your boy will, okay? Be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect, all right? Be ye therefore perfect. This is not a demand to strive, right? This is what we think. Yeah, be ye therefore perfect. Okay, let me be perfect. Let me embody perfection, all right? This is not a demand to strive for flawlessness, but a revelation of identity. Perfection is not a standard to achieve, but a nature to remember, right? It's not a standard that you run to. This is just a remembrance of your true divinity, your true nature, okay? Just as the sun does not strain to shine, you do not labor to be what you already are. Christ's words are not a burden, but an unveiling. The Father's essence already pulses in your being, whole and unblemished. Beautiful. To live from this truth is to stop measuring yourself against shadows and instead recognize the light you are. Perfection here is not performance, but alignment. The harmony of knowing that the source and the sun are of one substance. The source and the sun are of one substance. There is only one substance, right? You are not being asked to become divine. You are being invited to embody the divinity that breathes within you. You're not being asked to become divine. Nobody's telling you to be more divine, right? One of the other illusions that I always hear, we're fragments of God. We're not perfect, but God is. You are not a fragment of God trying to be whole. You are the wholeness of God pretending to be a fragment. This is what you are. You are simply pretending not to be perfect. Therefore, reality is what? It's showing you that same illusion. And people will argue for the limitations even more. No, I know I'm not perfect. I know I'm not God because I have imperfect thoughts. No, you're simply judging them as imperfect. You're simply judging yourself as imperfect. You can choose whatever perception you want, perspective you want. You have the freedom to choose that. You can choose to see yourself as limited, and reality will give you that. You can choose to see yourself as whole and complete and beautiful and divine, and reality will give you that. You always have a choice. But the more that we argue for our illusions, we argue for our limitations, the more we stay in a reality that we don't even want. You don't even want that reality as you argue for it. You don't even want to be there, but you argue for it. But Alex this, but Alex that. I hear you. I hear you. And I love you, right? But you don't have to tell the same story. You don't. You don't have to share the same story. It's okay. You can graduate to a newer and more beautiful reality that is more in alignment with who you truly are. You are everything you desire to be right now. Everything. Everything. All right? So, Christ's words are not a burden, but an unveiling. The Father's essence already pulses in your being, whole and unblemished. Okay? This is not a command to strive toward perfection, but an unveiling. You are already source as you are. Right? And then Rumi also reminds us this, right? The Rumi quote, do not get lost in your pain. Do not get lost in your pain. Know that one day your pain will become your cure. Okay? Your pain will become your cure. All right? So, I like that question. Right? With this line of thinking, how would one avoid getting to points of extreme arrogance? Beautiful question. Beautiful question. All right, let's talk about this, okay? The one thing to remember, okay, is oftentimes, and I remember I would always get criticized for this before, but I always expected it as well, which is why I was getting criticized for it all the time, was that people would say, you're walking around saying that you are God, that is arrogant. Right? But this is how I frame it, all right? And this is how I think about this. To understand that I am God, that you are God, okay, is to walk around and know that I am the expression of God. Therefore, a quote-unquote humility is required. Every word I speak is an expression of God. Right? When I go within myself and I think, I'm communing with God. When I choose to speak and I choose how I choose to view other people is how I choose to view God within them. Right? So I would argue that this is the exact opposite of arrogance. This is true humility. This is true humility, is to walk around and know that you are the expression of God. Right? I take ownership of my reality right now. It's absolute accountability. I'm not waiting for anyone to save me because God already gave me everything that I need. I don't believe that I can do whatever and something outside of me can save me and forgive me for my quote unquote sins. I know that right now I am the living, walking expression of God. Therefore, I must treat the world as such, treat myself as such. Okay? So that's how I would say to avoid extreme arrogance. So do you no longer get annoyed with people if you see them as God? No. I still get annoyed with people. I still get annoyed with people, for sure, right? That's part of the humanity. It's part of your human experience. But I also still choose to see people the way I want to see them. Meaning, let's say that somebody is, let's say somebody does say, bro, that's arrogant. You can't be God, right? Or they say something that, I could take as insulting. Well, I could choose how I want to see them. This is a cry for help. Maybe it's a cry for help. Maybe their reality isn't what they want it to be. Okay? Maybe they're just simply walking in their truth. They have so much conviction in their belief that they're choosing to express it a certain way. The same way I have so much conviction in my belief, I just choose to express it a different way. Right? So I can still choose to have compassion in those moments. Right? I don't have to, my annoyance does not have to be the actual story. This is what I always tell you, all right? Don't allow your feelings to give you an excuse to tell the story you do not want. And this is true with everything. There's sometimes, I talk about my mom all the time, right? So there are certain times with my mom, I might walk over to the crib or go over to her crib and she is complaining because she's in pain or whatever. Okay? And of course, it might make me upset or sad in the beginning, but I can still choose how I want to see her. She's still perfect. Therefore, this too must go away. This must fade away. Right? So they're still absolutely perfect. I might perceive the situation a certain way, but remember, y'all, the situation might not look ideal, but the God within me is perfect, so the situation must be unfolding perfectly. You always have a choice. You have a choice on how you want to perceive people, the story that you want to tell about the situation, no matter how it's going. You get to choose whether what you see is the end of this story and that person is now condemned They're condemned to live from that vantage point. Or you get to choose a more beautiful story for them, right? So even healing yourself, expanding your own mind, expands the world that you are in. That's why I constantly tell y'all, right? This is bigger than just you and your SP. This is bigger than just you and a little bit of money. This is about transforming your reality as a whole. As a whole, okay? Is everyone perfect? There are people doing some really evil things. The face of God isn't always pleasant. Well, all possibilities exist, right? Every single possibility exists. Everything exists. Okay? But even, and I get what you're saying, right? We see things and we say good and evil, right? We say certain things are right and wrong. But I mean, that's our perception, right? That is simply our perspective. And it's don't allow your feelings to give you an excuse to tell the story that you do not want. Don't allow your feelings to give you an excuse to tell the story that you do not want. Right? Even when we talk about other people, quote unquote, doing things, we don't really know what they're thinking, going through, what they're experiencing. We simply know our belief about it. Who is the one that judges things as right or wrong, good or bad? It's us. We are the one at the end of the day that has the final say so, that looks out and says, this is right, this is wrong. But it's purely our judgment. We still get to choose how that story ends. Whether this is going to be the end, where we say, no. We start treating the middle of the unfolding like the end. And say, nah, bro, this is messed up. It's not working out. At least my manifestation is not coming. We get to choose that. Or we get to say, God is perfect. Everything is unfolding from within me. Therefore, this must be the perfect unfolding to what I want. We always have a choice. There's always a choice. You get to tell the story however you want to tell it. However you want to tell it. Okay? Here we go. So, when you stop trying to fix the mirror and instead look into it, the cure is remembrance. I am perfect because I am. I am perfect because I am. All right, so shifting from doing to being. Shifting from doing to being. Shifting from doing to being, okay? The modern spiritual seeker often becomes a worker, affirming, scripting, revising, exhausting themselves into worthiness. But beloved, worthiness cannot be earned. It is your birthright. The kingdom is not reached by endless efforts, but by surrender, right? Luke 17:21. The kingdom of God is within you. The kingdom of God is within you, right? So these words dissolve the illusion of distance. The holy is not hidden in a distant heaven, nor locked behind rituals or gatekeepers. We can often begin to worship the techniques, start to worship the manifestation techniques. All of a sudden, visualization becomes your God. Affirming becomes your God. I have to affirm this way with these words. I have to visualize this way with these words. Making false idols out of the processes. State akin to sleep becomes your God. Scripting, vision boards become your God. I like to think this is what Christians mean when they say that's demonic. I like to think this is what they're talking about, right? But really what it is you're saying that something outside of you has the power. When it's you that has the power. Okay? The affirmations have no power without you. What makes them work or not? You saying that they work. Even you sitting around and saying, I'm just not affirming right, maybe. I don't see things, so maybe I need to visualize better. What are you affirming? You're affirming, I'm doing this shit and nothing's working. And reality says, okay, cool, let's prove that to you. What are you affirming by saying your affirmations don't work? What are you doing? Reality simply changes when you make the decision. All these things are simply tools for you to remember who you were. So when you do those things, you remember who you already are. And now you have a point of reference. You have a time that you can reference and say, I already am it. I already am everything I desire to be. This is the point of a spell. I often talk about spells, right? I'll say back in the day, your ancestors, let's say they were trying to make it rain. They were trying to make it rain. Like, not the same type of make it rain that y'all finna do tonight. at the club, right? But they trying to make it rain in their village or wherever, right? That's how they get a big ass cauldron and they fill it up with spices and they dance around. They sacrifice a goat, okay? And they're playing drums. Does the spell have power? No. The spell has absolutely no power. I'm going to answer that before y'all answer it, okay? The spell has no power. But now let's say 2 days later it hasn't rained. They're going to look back and say, oh, no. It's going to rain because we already did the spell. It's just a point in time to reference. Older spiritual teachers will be like, the spell impresses the subconscious mind. There's no subconscious mind to impress. Your mind, there's only one mind. Everything is impressed. The subconscious mind is impressed by everything. If you want to think of the subconscious mind is impressed by everything that you tell it to be impressed to. Right? There's only one mind. It's what you say in this moment. Okay? So even your affirmations, your visualizations, you already did the shit, so be it. Even you saying, oh, I affirmed this morning. Oh, I didn't affirm today. That must be why everything is going bad. No, why everything is going bad is because you think the power is in affirming. You think your only power is in affirming. If you're not affirming, reality's falling apart. Let me give y'all, let's talk about this, okay? Y'all sit around affirming until you're numb in the face. My SP loves me. My SP is here. My SP loves me. They can't stop thinking about me. Okay, now what happens when they walk back in your life and then y'all get in an argument? Are you going to be affirming in the middle of the argument? No, they're going to forgive me. They're going to forgive me. Or are you going to actually be present and know who you are? Know that they're already yours and actually work through it like a decent human being? Some of the past, right, all these affirming and visualizing, all these things, it will drive you crazy. It strips you of your humanity. You don't have to walk around and affirm all day. You don't have to walk around and visualize all day. You simply have to know who you are. Okay? Know who you are. Started feeling like I'm falling off, but I know I'm not. Exactly. You never are, right? You never are. The two is made one. What's the two it's talking about? The inner, the outer, masculine, feminine. Right? If you believe in the subconscious mind, it could be the subconscious and the conscious mind. It could be all of that. Right? The inner and the outer. Right? The masculine and the feminine. The logical mind and the imagination. Right? When the two become one. Right? So, to look outward for validation is to miss the truth humming within your own being. You are the dwelling place of God. The kingdom is not a someday. It is the eternal now. It is not a place you travel to, but a presence you awaken to. When you turn inward and rest in awareness, you discover that you carry eternity in the silence of your soul. There is no striving, no reaching, only remembering. Within you is the throne, the light, the garden. Within you, God reigns. To cultivate the perfect self-concept is not to stack affirmations on top of an insecure foundation. It is to realize that the foundation is God himself. I know that was a bar. Let me read it one more time for you, okay? To cultivate the perfect self-concept is not to stack affirmations on top of an insecure foundation. It is to realize that the foundation is God himself. And from the knowing that you are already perfect, you are already everything you desire to be, now do whatever you want. Now affirm all day. Visualize all day and night. Do whatever the hell you want from that knowing. But go to the truth of who you are first. Seek ye first the kingdom, and then all things will be added to thee. Right? Not seek ye first all these things and then the kingdom will be added to you. Seek first the kingdom. Seek first the knowing that you are a source. Go to the truth of who you are and then allow all those things to be stacked on top. All right? So I got a poetic section for y'all, okay? Got some reflection questions. I got 4 reflection questions. Then I got a letter to y'all. A love letter. You know, I love writing love letters to y'all because I love y'all. And then we got some affirmations. And then we do Q&A. Y'all can join if you want. All that good stuff. All right. So let's get right into it. Number one, where in my life am I trying to fix myself instead of remembering my perfection? Where in your life are you trying to fix yourself instead of remembering my perfection? Let me give y'all something. Let me drop something on y'all, okay? Think about it. Think about this, okay? We constantly talk about the knowing that you are source. Right? We constantly talk about the knowing that you are source. And you don't have to do anything and all of this. One thing that I'm constantly starting to get, right, and I've been pushing a couple of y'all, even in the consults y'all have had, we've been having some light bulb moments, is doing or not doing is not a technique to get something. Okay? Doing or not doing is not a technique to get something. Meaning, you sitting around, right, knowing that your source is not a technique to get something. Everything will come to you as a byproduct of this, okay, as a byproduct. But you do this just to remember who you are, okay? The knowing that you already have it. What this is meant to do is take your focus from the external world to the internal world. This is a paradox. This is a paradox, all right? So let me try to explain this one. The knowing that you are source and that you are perfect, okay? What this is meant for, it is meant for you to take your awareness off of judging your worth on the external world. Saying, people have treated me like this. The world has showed up for me like this. The world has done these things for me, right? So instead of doing that, instead of doing all of those things, okay? Now all of a sudden we say what? No, I base my identity on the truth of who I am. The truth of who I am is I am God. I am source. So I stop judging who I am based on the mirror. I stop saying, people just have betrayed me and people don't love me. I say, no. Source has always loved me and always supported me unconditionally. Therefore, even when I was telling the story and saying people weren't showing up for me, guess what? God was unconditionally supporting me in that belief and giving me more of that reality. So it's simply identifying with the truth of who I am. I am source. I've always been loved. I've always been unconditionally supported. Now, the beautiful part about that is when I start telling the truth of who I am. I don't base me being loved on the external world. I base it on the truth. I am source, so I'm unconditionally loved. Now, when I actually focus on that state of being, all those things outside of me are added to me. Seek ye first the kingdom. Seek ye first the kingdom. All right, this is the paradox. The stopping of the seeking and the knowing that I am allows me to get everything that I want. Allows your money to go up. Allows all those women that turned their back on you in the past to start coming back to you. Like, you were always the one, Alex. I always loved you, Alex. I know you did, baby. I know you did. All right. Maybe in another lifetime, though. Right? It allows all those things to be repaired. Your relationship with your parents, with your friends. All of those things are repaired from the knowing of who you are right now. You've never been unloved. You've never been in lack. There is no lack. There is only all that there is. Even our perception of lack is simply us creating the illusion of separation from source. That's it. We create the illusion of separation from source. Okay? Next, all right? What beliefs in me whisper not enough? And how can I return them to the truth of I am? What beliefs do you have within you that whisper to you that you are not enough? What beliefs? Okay? And how can you return them to the truth of I am? Right? And they might even be subtle things. Right? Once I get enough money, I'll start the business. Instead of saying, I will start the business because I'm already the identity of money. Let's collapse the separation. Let's collapse the separation. I think I need to work on that. Separation. I am already everything that I desire to be. Perfect. Where are you telling the story of separation, even subtly telling the story of I am not enough? Really start studying your stories, right? These questions are not meant to be surface level. They're meant to allow you to cut through the nonsense, cut through that BS, right? And get to the source of who you are. Number 3, When I think of perfection, do I see it as something to achieve or something I already am? What is it? When I tell you, think of perfection, do you think about it as something to achieve or something you already are? You will start the business because you're already the successful identity, or you already the identity of someone with a successful business. You already are everything that you desire to be. Right? That's it. Point blank period. Right? Anything after that, anything after the but is bullshit. You will start the business because you are already the identity of somebody with a successful business. If you think of a but after that, everything after the but is bullshit. It's just an excuse. It is just doubt dressed up as discernment. Just doubt. Everything is a choice. We have a choice to either decide who we are right now or argue for our limitations. We always have a choice. Choose the path of beauty. Choose the path of beauty. Choose the path of truth. All right. Number 4, how would I look? How would my life look if I lived as though my identity was already divine? How would my life look if I lived as though my identity was already divine? Divine. Right? The identity of money. You surely are. You are already the identity of money. Right? And how can I implement these teachings in my real estate career? Very easily. Choose your identity. Choose who you are. It's as simple as you choosing that you are a successful real estate agent right now. You are already the identity right now. And now your only thing that you have to do is see every single thing. Okay? Big echo. Girl. You know better than that. All right? You are already the identity of a successful real estate agent or whatever you're doing in real estate. And now every step that you take is proving that to you. If it looks like it's not moving, because it's all moving in the background, right? If it looks like it's not moving the right way, it's all unfolding perfectly because you are perfect. Because you are absolutely perfect and divine, right? If it looks like it's unfolding perfectly, it is, right? It's always perfect for you. So in the midst of whatever emotion, I am the perfection within this emotion. Therefore, it must all unfold perfectly. No matter what the situation looks like, I am the perfection within this situation. Therefore, it's all unfolding perfectly. Okay? That's it. And the 4th question was, how would my life look if I lived as though my identity was already divine? How would my life look if I lived as though my identity was already divine? Okay, beautiful. All right, now here's a letter to yourselves. A letter to yourself, all right? Really from me to you. It's a love letter from me to y'all, okay? Sit back, relax and hear this. And we're going to get right into these affirmations, okay? Stay for a while. Okay? Stay for a while. I just get in the flow state all the time, brother. I'm always in flow state. I'm always in the present moment. Right? Always in the present moment. All right, here we go. All right. You have spent too long polishing what already shines, stitching what has never been torn. The more you try to fix yourself, the further you drift from the truth. Nothing was ever broken. You are not a project. You are not an unfinished sketch waiting for approval. You are the perfect image of the infinite, complete, radiant, whole. The fingerprints of God are upon your soul, and no striving can improve what eternity has already declared flawless. Stop rehearsing your unworthiness. Stop reciting the litany of not enough. With every attempt to correct yourself, you whisper a lie that the Creator somehow made a mistake. Yet the truth sings louder. It is very good. That was spoken over you before time began. You are absolutely perfect. Look into the mirror of awareness and see the Son of God, untouched by shame, unscarred by failure, unmeasured by comparison. You are the I am clothed in form. You are the breath of the eternal, moving through the clay of your being. Rest, beloved. Rest from striving. Rest from fixing. Rest from chasing an image when you already are the image. Your task is not to repair, it is remembrance. To see yourself as God sees you. To see yourself as God sees you. Perfect and whole. To live as the masterpiece you have always been. You are already home. You are already holy. You are already everything you have been searching for. With eternal love, your true self. Okay? Your true self. One. Your true self. Okay? I thought about making a book. No, I actually am. I'm writing a couple right now. You know how it is when you start writing. Once you start writing, man, you just never know when to stop. It's like, okay, well, I could add this, could add that. So, yeah. Oops. My bad. Oops. All right, y'all. So, here are your affirmations. As I read these, remember, you are not trying to be these. This is divine remembrance. You are remembering who you have always been. Okay? You're remembering who you have always been. Beautiful. All right? So I am whole, flawless, and complete in this very breath. In this very breath. Okay? Every breath you take is confirmation of the promise that you are made in the perfect image of Source. That you are absolutely divine, whole, loved, perfect, worthy, prosperity. All the aspects of God are you right now. I often hear spiritual teachers and they'll tell you, if you want to ground yourself, right? Ground yourself in your breath. But I always take it a step further, right? Just my breath, just breathing, just being present is proof of my worthiness. Me being able to breathe is proof of the unconditional love that God has for me. It's proof that I am prosperity. I am whole. I am complete. Right? I breathe in the truth, right? And I exhale the lies, the limitations, the illusions. Just you breathing is proof of the promise. Right? That your heart beats without you trying. You don't have to affirm for your heart to beat. It just does. This is how much that unconditional, loving spirit of the divine cares for your ass. Cares for your divine ass. Okay? Number 2, nothing in me requires repair. God's masterpiece needs no fixing. Nothing in me requires repair. God's masterpiece requires no fixing. God's masterpiece needs no fixing. What am I fixing? Choose a different perspective. You can choose one of infinite perspectives. Why are you choosing the perspective of the version of you that is just using their whole life to heal some shit? Just choose a different perspective. Okay? Number 3, my self-concept is divine awareness. I already embody all I seek. My self-concept is God. I already embody all that I seek. I already am everything I desire to be. Nothing less. Okay? Next, I walk as the living image of God, radiant in essence, untouchable in worth. I know you felt that one. I know you liked that one. So I'm going to read it one more time. I walk as the living image of God, radiant in essence, untouchable in worth. I am that I am, right? No matter what. Remember who you are. Okay? Next, I release striving. I rest in the eternal I am within me. I am God. God doesn't strive. God simply is, and all things are added unto God. God simply is. God simply is, okay? Life reflects my knowing. I am more than enough, always and forever. Reality must reflect me because reality is me. I am always enough because I'm made in the perfect image of Source. I'm always enough, always perfect, always whole, always complete, always prosperity, always divinity, always everything I desire to be right now. Anything that tries to remove me from that promise is an illusion. But I don't have to choose that story. I can remain rooted in the knowing of who I am. Okay? Next. Perfection is not a destination. It is my eternal nature. Perfection is not a destination. It is my eternal nature. My nature is perfection. My nature is prosperity. My nature is wealth, wholeness, love, all of it. This is your nature. Okay? Next. Well, last but certainly not least, right? Last but certainly not least. The Son of God in me stands unshaken, eternal, and resplendent in glory. I know you like that word right there, right? The Son of God in me stands unshaken, eternal, and resplendent in glory. Resplendent. Resplendent, okay? The Son of God in me stands eternal and unshaken, eternally, forever in glory. I am all that I desire to be. I am everything I desire to be. Right? Remember who you are. Remember, these affirmations are not for you to strive to be something. Okay? It's a remembrance of who you've always been. Remember yourself correctly. Stop remembering yourself wrong. Remember who you truly are, or everything you desire to be right now, no matter what. No matter what, okay? No matter what. That's what I do. I expand minds, right? Expand minds. Girl, let me expand your mind today, right? All right, y'all. I appreciate y'all as always. Let's open it up. If y'all got questions, go on and jump on. If you got questions, don't be shy. Today's not a tough love day, right? Today's a cool day. I'm not getting on anybody's ass today. Promise, right? But yeah, it's going to be on YouTube. It's always on YouTube. Always on YouTube. What do I do on a day-to-day basis? I exist. But to remember, you remember at all, I just remember at all points where I need to, right? As often as I need to. Or even Jesus said, when the apostles are asking, how many times should I forgive my neighbor? Or forgive whoever, right? 7 times 70. Translates to 490. In the Hebrew is infinity. Right? So how many times do you have to remember who you truly are? Infinite. As many times as it takes, over and over and over again, right? Until it becomes second nature. Until it becomes like riding a bike. But also, with that analogy of riding a bike, remember, once you learn how to ride a bike, or you remember, that's just who you are. You are someone who rides a bike now. Right? You don't have to constantly affirm that I know how to ride a bike, right? Okay, then. You don't have to get up and practice riding a bike. You don't have to visualize yourself riding a bike to know that you know how to ride a bike. You just know that you can ride a bike. Right? This is the same way. Okay, you just are. You just are. You just remember I am Source. Therefore, that's what it is. And life reflects that to you. Because life is just your mirror. Or reality is just your mirror. Oh, y'all shy today now, huh? What's her name? What's whose name? What's whose name? Benny, what's good, bruh? What are some unbelievable things? unbelievable would be hard, right? But I tell y'all stories about clients all the time. I tell y'all stories about clients all the time, right? So probably my unbelievable was with my rent. I did not know how to get the money, right? Matter of fact, I give y'all the glee. The glee, that's a beautiful word right there. The glee. What's up? What's up?
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm okay. How about you?
I'm good. I'm good. You sound like you're sleeping.
Mm-hmm. It's 2:36 in Ghana.
It's what time?
It's 2:36 in Ghana.
Oh, okay. 2:36 in Ghana. Got you.
8 a.m.
AM. Okay. What you got going on? How's life been? Now, it's been a minute since we've talked.
Life's been good. Everything's fine. Thank you for today.
Absolutely.
I love those questions. It's just got me reflecting on some things. And thank you. So, my question is, let's say when someone is in a situation whereby, like that things happen.
Hold up. It sounds like you trying to talk. It sounds like it sounds like you trying not to be heard. I can barely understand you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so sorry. Um, my question is that how do you continue to be whole and uh um aware when something is happening? Let's say you're in a situation and you have this belief, or you do believe that everything is gonna be fine, right?
Right.
I think there's something. I don't know whether it's my network or it's my speaker. I don't know.
No, it's good now. It's
Can you
good
hear
now.
me?
Yeah, it's good now. It's good now.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that what happens when there's a situation and at that moment you're trusting, you know that everything is gonna be fine, but the 3D keeps reflecting the situation, like making you feel like maybe you want something to happen
Yeah.
overnight.
Okay.
You want to sleep and wake up, and you want to see the thing working out because you feel like it's emergency, it's urgent. This must solve itself out
Okay.
as soon as possible.
Okay. Cool. I got you. So, is it because there is? Let me ask you some. These questions might be a little triggering, but they're gonna help you. All right. Let's say right now, what is it? Or can you give me a little bit of idea what the thing is?
Let's say okay, so
It doesn't have to be in too much detail if you don't want to, but
yeah, I just don't want to go deeper
that's no problem.
because it's a long story. But then, um, so I was expecting something to work out in my job,
Okay.
at work, okay, and and it was supposed to be an international sponsorship, okay, and I prayed about it, and I had this feeling that um don't rush it, just relax, and however it goes, it's okay. But then I prepared for it, and I knew it was gonna work out. But as the days were getting closer, I started getting anxious,
Okay.
and then I said a prayer. I told God that okay, I surrender. However this is gonna go, I want you to choose the best case scenario for me, okay? And I assume that whatever that happens is going to be the best case scenario. I kid you not. They called me and allowed me to start preparing because they will give me a date for me to just come. I should just get prepared. And I was so 100% hopeful that everything has already worked out. And tell me why just yesterday I had a call And not even a call. I woke up to lots of calls and messages, only for me to check my email, and I had a lot of PDFs that my visa was rejected last minute. I don't know whether it was cancelled, whether it was rejected. I'm like, this isn't real. What is going on?
Well,
And
hold up. So, hold up. Let me ask you something. You just told me, you just said that you would trust that everything is working out fine, right? But now you're saying that you're not going to trust that everything is working out fine. Which one are you going to do?
oh,
Remember, when you say that I am this person, when you say that this is going to work out, when you say this is the identity I choose, it has to go beyond logic, right? So think about it like this, okay? This is the example I always tell you. I was with the rent situation, right? It was, if I say this is paid, this rent is paid, okay? Now in my mind, if I go to, they put the notice for me to get out on the door, it's still paid. I go to court, I don't have the money, it's still paid. If in my mind I get kicked out, it still has to be paid. It has to go beyond logic. Because if I say I'm only the person that has it if everything looks right, well, guess what? Then I'm saying I'm not that person. So right now, right, you have a choice to make. You already are the person. It's already worked out. You are the perfection within whatever situation that you are in right now. The man's rejection. Remember, we did a discussion yesterday. Rejection is an illusion. When you see the rejection of the world, you have a choice to stand in the knowing of who you still are and allow everything to match that, or you can base who you are on the circumstances you see. You can say, because it looks like that, now I am not that person anymore. But you still are. You still are absolutely perfect. You've never not been perfect. No matter what the situation looks like, it's still perfect, right? So it's still about your choice. Reality conforms to you, or you conform to reality. So right now, just make that beautiful choice. Everything still is working out no matter what. And now you just do the next best thing. You just do the next best thing you can from the knowing that everything's working out. You can look at the situation right now and say, I am the perfection within this situation, therefore it must work out. You already said no matter what happens, it's going to work out. And now you're saying, well, whatever happens except for that, right? It has to be no matter what. It's still working out for you. You simply have to make up your mind on the story that you're telling.
yeah. Thank you.
Absolutely. Is that, what else you got? Does that make sense for you?
Yeah, it does.
Perfect.
It does. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, guys. Let me tell y'all, man, okay? I've got so many stories like that. So many stories, right? The story that I always tell y'all is, so I'll tell y'all my story. Let me tell y'all a couple client stories. Number one, this woman needed money, okay? She needed a large amount of money, about $10,000. $10,000. We had a call. And at first she was arguing for her limitations. And then she made the choice. I have this money no matter what. And it's already mine. Therefore, I don't have to do anything to get it. Now, the world will call you crazy if you did it. If you did that, right? She said, you know what? There's a deadline that I need this money by. Okay? But I already have it. Therefore, the deadline doesn't exist. I said, cool. We talked about the deadline. We talked about awareness and all that. She booked another session right after that deadline. I thought she was just going to tell me some good news, right? But she got on. She was talking about other things. I said, how did everything go? She said, I already have the money. I don't see it yet, but I already have it. The deadline passed, but it doesn't matter because it's already paid. All right? Hear me when I say this. Deadline passed, but she stayed in the knowing that I am already everything I desire to be. I am not conforming to reality. Hear this. Hear what I'm about to say, y'all. So she had people over a couple days later. A couple friends over. All right? And she specifically said, there's no way I can make this money. But I don't need to work for it because I already have it, so it doesn't matter. All right? She had people over. When they left, She found a lottery ticket. Hear your boy out. Okay, hear your boy out. Called all of them. Is this yours? Is this ticket yours? Is this ticket yours? They all said no. They all said no. And how much money did she win on that ticket? More than 10K, I'll tell you that. More than 10K. How? How is that possible? How is that possible? Because she stayed in the story. Because she stayed in the story. So reality had to conform to her. That's it. It has to go beyond logic. I cannot say I am that I am no matter what. And then say, well, no matter what, except if this one thing happens, then of course I'm not it. No, you are it no matter what reality says. No matter what reality shows you, you are everything that you desire to be, right? When you start to look at yourself and realize that you are the miracle, do you ever look around and realize that this reality is an absolute miracle? We are a bunch of overgrown animals walking around, speaking a language, understanding each other, dressing up in clothes, going to quote unquote school, pretending to be things. We have created this whole civilization on pretending. This is a miracle. You can look outside the window and see birds flying across the sky. And then you see a big ass airplane carrying people all across the country and the world. Is this not a miracle? You can look out in nature and see all these different colors, all these beautiful things. Is this not a miracle? You're on a phone and you can just dial in a number and call somebody. Hey, baby, I miss you. Send me nudes. It's a miracle. You're in an absolute miracle. Yet we still look outside of ourselves for signs. Why? The more you start opening your mind to what is actually around you, the more you allow those miracles to flow into your life. Okay? It's how divine your ass is. This is how absolutely divine your ass is. Cool. A day trader. How do you manage the emotions of overtrading or the fear of losses? I deal with them head on. So let's talk about it. When I first started trading, I wanted to get out of the corporate world, right? That was my one fucking goal. Get out of corporate and be reliant on myself. And of course it presented me that opportunity. But when I first started trading, I was in the mindset, I was embodying prosperity. I am prosperity. Okay? I was in the knowing of who I was. But when I was trading, I was still trying to hit home runs every day. Right? I was still saying, if I am prosperity, the market must show me this. I must be able to extract X amount of dollars from the market. Right? So I was making my prosperity conditional. You get it? So even if I had 2,000, 3,000, 500 in the account, right? I was thinking, I'm not prosperity unless I have a certain amount. Therefore, I must get it on the next couple trades. Or the market is, I was testing God per se. There's a beautiful part of scripture, right? Where Jesus is being tempted by quote unquote Satan. And Satan says, throw yourself off this mountain. Surely you're the son of God. The angels will come save you. You won't hit the ground. Throw yourself off, right? And Jesus said, you shouldn't test God. You don't test God, right? We often think this testing is questioning. But this testing is just what I was talking about. Oh, yeah. I am prosperity. Therefore, if I put all my money on this trade, if I go to the casino, I put it all on black. I put it all on this, I put it all on this parlay. I got CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens to get, 3 catches each, right? I got Dak for $150, whatever the case may be. Whatever the case might be, that is testing. That is saying, surely I've been embodying this. You must come through for me this next time. This is testing, but the path is not up to me. Therefore, what I did was I completely switched my mentality. I am already prosperity. So if I'm already prosperity, I can't be saying I have to do something to be prosperity. I just am it. Now my whole psychology switched. It's not about the next trade. It's about every trade. Every trade is I'm prosperity. Win, I'm prosperity. Lose, I am prosperity. But what this allowed me to do is take a more methodical methodical. You know what I'm saying? All these words today, right? A more methodical approach to the market, right? Proper risk, right? And now I let time do the lifting. I am already prosperity. There's nothing to prove, right? But I simply extract what I can out the market every day, right? The beautiful thing about that is once I embodied that, the money came quick. By most people's standards, I became profitable pretty quick. I probably struggled for like 3 or 4 months. And then I was profitable. Been profitable since, right? But even that shift allowed me to do all these things in my life, right? Like I already tell y'all, like my mom's medicine. It was $20K a month until last month it went down to $3,000. But trading afforded me the opportunity to do that. Now, if I didn't step into that mindset of I am prosperity, would things have worked out perfectly to get me here? Who knows? Maybe, probably still. But that was just one of infinite paths that worked out beautifully. All right. So it's about knowing who you are in the trade. Don't go in the trade chasing your prosperity, chasing who you already are. Know who you are and trade from the knowing of who you are. All right. The emotions are going to come. That's just part of the human nature. Right? But you can cut through that emotion with the knowing of who you are. Who you are transcends emotions. Right? So this is what always has made it much easier for me to get in the market and be responsible. It's the knowing that I simply am prosperity. Right? If I go in today and win, I'm prosperity. If I go in today and lose, I'm prosperity. But I'm going to get it all back because I'm prosperity. The money must stack. It must compound. It must roll over. It must do jumping jacks, backflips. It must twerk on a handstand for daddy because I simply am prosperity. Point blank period. Right? So do everything from that knowing. Start your business from that knowing. Start your side hustle. Write that book from that knowing. Do everything you do from that knowing of who you are. Now all things must be added to you. Right?
Yo, hello.
What up, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing today?
I'm always blessed, bro. I'm always blessed. What time is it for you?
Hey, man. Hey, I have a little story.
All right, go
I'll
ahead.
share this story. From a friend of mine, in March I met some random person from another manifest community, right?
Yeah.
The funny thing is, I manifested that because she was a moderator, and I thought, man, it would be cool to have a great conversation with her. And then we connected via Instagram and talked, and yeah, we are now close friends.
Is this
right?
story? Is this gonna be a PG story, or is it gonna be rated R?
PD?
Yeah.
No, it's a SP story.
Okay. If you say so, okay.
Oh my God.
I'm
And
just making
it's
sure.
funny because it shows that life is not logical.
Yeah, okay.
I met her, we talked, and changed our opinion about manifesting, right? About persisting everywhere, every topic in manifesting, right? And she told me about her desire, right? She has SP, but no real contact, distant contact. And she's from America. And her dream is to live in Switzerland in Europe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And from a logical point, it sounds so far away, right? They have no real contact, it's distant, no flirty, no romantic shit, and you want to move to Switzerland. Sounds so far away. But
Yeah.
she was like, you know what? I plan a trip to Switzerland, but only for a vacation, right? So
Yeah.
I want to experience it, to catch the mood, the feeling, And yeah, all of a sudden it was in August, but nothing changed with the speed. It's distant, right?
Yeah.
And she did her vacation in Switzerland, and the quote-unquote coincidence was that her SP was at the same time in Switzerland.
Of
And
course.
her SP is also from America,
Of course.
So, and it's so crazy. Her SP was in Switzerland at the same time, and overnight, she told him, hey, I'm in Switzerland, blah, blah, blah. And I go this date back to the USA, and he said, you know what, no, please stay here, I want to live with you here. There was no sign, there was no... And she told me, because I had a call with her yesterday, a long call, and she told me, they only saw them twice in real life.
Yeah.
Before it. So, from a logical point of view, you would think, I have to date again for a few months, then I'm in a relationship for maybe 4 or 2 years, and then we plan it. and maybe we want to live together in Switzerland. Blah,
Yeah.
blah.
Yeah.
But this story was so magical, you know. There was no evidence, no romantic chats or whatever. You know, they only saw them twice, and they was at the same time at the same place in Switzerland, and they're both from US. And now she's still in Switzerland because she said, you know what? Yes, I will stay here. I want to live because it was her desire, you know.
Yeah.
And I love the story because I was there at the beginning, right? And now, you know, it's been like overnight it changed.
Yeah. Yeah. You make it.
Crazy,
You make a choice and you wake up in a new reality tomorrow. Really, you make a choice and you're in a new reality immediately. But it's beautiful. I love hearing those stories because it just dissolves that illusion of separation, this illusion of time that we have to go through time to get things. No, you don't. It doesn't take time. It takes your awareness. It takes your consciousness. It takes your conviction. It takes your choice.
Yeah. And also, you know, it's not logical because the I am awareness gives all these logical steps, right?
Yeah.
Dating again and have a relationship and then talk about living together. But
Yeah.
moving to another continent, you know, it's not like
Yeah.
moving in another city or the same city. It's like, you know, what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. Right? Logic is simply our boundary, right? Logic is something that, you know, when we confront our own logic and we start dropping those stories, we allow larger things to happen, right? Even when we talk about, and you know this, man, we'll talk about living in the end, right? And then people will say, okay, I'm living in the end, but how is it going to happen? But what about this? But what about this situation? But what about time? But what about this? But what about this third 3P, right? It's always this but, because our logical mind is always trying to figure out next. But when you go to the end and you just know I am already that person, all the middle is just wiped away. The middle doesn't exist. It doesn't need to exist because you're already that person. I am is above situations, right? Me and the Father are one, but the Father is greater than I. The Father is greater than any perspective that I can have on this situation right now.
Yeah, man, I love that.
Yeah.
And also, I guess I'm not sure. There's also scripture quote like, "Don't let the left hand know what the right hand is doing."
Yeah.
Right? Like the left side, the logical side, and the right side. They mention the manipulating side.
Yeah.
And it's really, man. The inside is the most important thing, right? Base your identity on who do you say that you are, right?
Exactly.
But I have a question to the story. Really, I have a quick question. So, you know, everyone is a reflection, right? So, is it her success or my success? Because her successful, you know? Because I thought, you know, if everyone is a reflection, then I have to give my permission first, right? If I perceive her like, oh no, she won't succeed or this kind of thing, then she'll be wrong, you know? But I thought, you know, I wanted to see her successful, and now she is. So is it her success or my success, you know?
Shoot, my answer is yours. My answer is yours because it's your reality, right? So I was talking to another manifestation coach about this, and they were complaining about a client they had, and I was like, well, you're choosing to see them that way. You're choosing to see them as difficult. You're still choosing to see them as somebody that doesn't get it, right? You can choose to see them differently and change them in your reality. You can select the version of them in your reality, right? Well, what is different about this situation than you and your SP? It's the same thing, right? So you choose to see someone a certain way. Now you give them the energetic space to show up a certain way. It's all you. It's all us. So that would be my answer. Yeah, it's them. They can make the shift in their reality. But in my reality, they don't have to make a shift because I make the shift for them.
Yeah, man, I love that, really. We have to see them always successful, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like how we want to see ourselves, right?
Exactly.
That's also love, you know? Love for everyone.
Yeah, exactly. That's the forgive others so your Father in heaven can forgive you. That's how I interpret it. See others as God, right? So they can actually show up as God. But if you don't forgive others, then your Father in heaven can't forgive you. Meaning if I still see people as unclean or imperfect or evil or not getting it, well, guess what? God's not going to be in alignment with me because Source simply sees the perfection in them. And if I can't see the perfection in them and Source can, right? Then I'm creating a reality that's opposite from source. So I'm allowing a version of them that's not perfect to show up in my life. All right, that's how I take that scripture.
Yes, man. See as God.
See as
Don't
God.
believe in God, believe as God, and see as God, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
exactly.
I have another quick question. What is your story about goosebumps? About goosebumps. Sometimes when I remember the truth or my true story, I get goosebumps, right?
Yeah,
And at the beginning I thought it's like coincidence, but then I found out it's really precise. It's really precise. And I got maybe sometimes 10 times a day when I think about particular things.
yeah.
So it's a great feedback. For me, it's like a yes, it's like yes. It's like
Yeah. I don't have goosebumps. I get chills sometimes. That's about it. I said that's about it. That's a lot for me though. It's to get chills. I'm already just a cool guy. I'm already ice cold, so I don't really get goosebumps like that. But I do get chills sometimes. And that's typically my remembrance, right? Is from the chills. Even if I just get present long enough, I'll get chills. And that's how I just know that something is happening. I don't know what it doesn't matter what it is, but something is happening.
yes, man. Maybe it's also chills. It feels like goosebumps, but yeah, it's a little bit different. But so yeah.
Yeah, perhaps. I think everybody has these little things that remember it. But I would even ask you, I would turn that story around. I would say, what makes the goosebumps and what makes the chills meaningful? It's still you, right? It's still us.
It's me.
Exactly. Right? We're the one who still tells the story about it. We can say something different. That's why I'll still say I love to get your insight on dreams. And when people are telling me about dreams, I'm like, okay, what does this mean? What do you think it means? Right? Because you still can make the choice on, is this going to be something that unfolds in my reality or not? Is this going to be something that becomes prophecy for me, or is this just I'm just tripping, right? Because we do have a delineation in our dreams. There are some dreams that people will have that they'll just, it was nothing. Ooh, it was just a bad dream. All right, cool. There's other dreams that are like, oh, what was that trying to mean? What is the difference? They were both dreams. But one of them you mark as important, the other you don't. Right? So that's always something interesting to see is, how people interpret, how we interpret those things that happen.
Yeah, man. I was in the trap at the beginning also, I thought, oh, what does streaming mean? And is it like, means that I purge my subconscious mind,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Then I found out, of course, we have to stay consistent when everything is meaningless, then everything is meaningless.
Exactly.
Not only a few things, no, everything, right?
Yeah.
And some dreams are so weird, so I don't care anymore,
Yeah. Yeah, same here. I pick and choose what I want to have meaning, right? Everything, like you said, everything. You can't halfway say everything is meaningless and then be like, well, except for this has meaning over there. All right, it's all of it. I'm always assigning meaning to everything. So yeah, agree with you. Agreed 100%.
Yeah, man. Also, sometimes I provocate a little bit with the scripture quote. For man this is impossible, but for God everything is possible, right?
Yeah.
And then there are some questions. Is this possible? And then I write something like, what? In scripture it says, for man everything is impossible, but for God everything is impossible except what someone on TikTok says.
Right. Right. Except for that guy on YouTube. He can't be right. No, I feel you. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right, man.
Yeah, and I love the topic of today, really, the remembrance of that we all already are perfect, and there's nothing to change, to fix, that's all an illusion, it's our own separation that we create all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. Our separation is the...
Remember this truth, man.
Exactly.
If you're one with God or God, then how could it be otherwise, This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. You want to answer that question right there? But why it says man and God separately? I'd love to know your perspective.
The scripture quote that I quoted.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, because our ego, our logical part, that's the man part, right? The humility, the human part, the limited aspect of us, right? So we have limitations. Our ego has limitations. So we think, okay, it's not possible because we don't see it or this way. But if you remember your true self that you got, then all limitations fades away and everything is possible for you, Now you're faith. So you're not attached anymore to your limitations.
Exactly.
So yeah, that's my interpretation of it.
Yeah, I agree. It's the same as in scripture when it says, me and my Father are one, but my Father does greater than I, right? It's not saying that, it's still the same. My Father and I are one. We are one. You are walking as source, with source, whatever you want to call it, right? But my Father's perspective is always greater than me. So whatever I see from my human perspective, from my ego perspective, I know I am the perfection within this storm. Therefore, my Father, who does all the work, can still, the I am awareness within me still conforms, still changes everything to match the perfection that I am. It's being able to see through the veil, right? Enlightenment, how I would even explain enlightenment. Enlightenment isn't that everything is peaches and roses and fairy tales and butterflies. Sometimes you have to climb over barbed wire, but it's still understanding that that is the illusion. It's being able to see through that veil.
Yeah, man. We have always sunglasses up with a particular color,
Yeah.
So, sunglasses with orange, and then we see the real orange. But when we put this off, then we see clearly,
Facts.
And we have to be careful that we don't put another sunglass on the sunglass. We have to put the first sunglass off, and then we see clearly.
Yeah.
So yeah. And also, because you said me and my father are one, but my father's greater than I love it. But there's also another quote, like, my ways are not your ways, right?
Yeah.
And I love also this quote because, again, throw this logical part away because you don't know how it unfolds and whatever, right? Because it's not your business. And also, I am the beginning and the end, the Alpha and the Omega. You can, if you want to, you can also interpret it like this. The beginning is your desire and the end is fulfilled, it's done, So there's no I'm in the middle, it's only I'm the beginning, right?
Yeah.
I received the desire, so it's done, and I'm the end, There's no middle part. Yeah.
Exactly. You are the fulfillment of the desire, right? Just like you are the identity of God, you experience the desire of Source. Source wants to experience something through the identity of you. So you receiving that desire is the fulfillment right there. You become the embodiment of that desire. It's a reminder of who you truly are, right? It's all one. The beginning is the end. The end is the beginning. The desire, the moment that you have the desire, that is the covenant. That is the promised land. It's there. All you have to do is walk into that promise, right? But it's already done. That's already the fulfillment. One of the other beautiful...
Man.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, but we're so busy to argue for limitations, why we can't be and what we have to change first and whatever, right? Really, if you really think about it or accept it, it's such a freedom, right? It's a promise, so it's done.
Yeah.
So what there else to do? Trust, you have to jump.
Yeah.
At some point.
Gots to jump. Have to jump, man. Yeah. The logical mind can trick you out your spot, right? Because when do the questions end? When do the questions end? If you just start playing the question game with this, man, you can be here forever. Question after question after question after question after question, but after but, excuse after excuse, doubt after doubt. It's a never-ending game because the ego always wants certainty. Always. Right? But even certainty, control is an illusion. There's no control. The only control you have is knowing that you are who you are. That's it. And then allow everything else to unfold as it does. To think that you can micromanage the process is an illusion.
Yeah, and it's exhausting.
Sure is. Man.
I guess that's also a big part for the most people, because you said, when do you want to end this questioning part? I guess when you have enough, right? When you have enough. Yeah. It's like, fuck it.
Yeah.
fuck it, when I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to fight my mind or circumstances or whatever. I don't want to verbatim affirm the whole day. You know, I'm
Yeah.
done. I'm
Yeah.
this person or whatever, or I don't care more anymore. Then the magic happens.
Yeah, yeah. And it's a choice, right? It's a choice. It's a choice. At what point do you say, okay, this is enough information. Let me actually just do this shit. All right, I simply am. It is. It is.
Maybe doesn't feel like this. It's feel changing, but to say it's hard. The choice was easy to say it.
Yeah.
It was easy.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Oh, I don't know. I think I'm done. Oh, you have a topic? Let's go, man. Oh, wait, I remember.
Uh-huh.
One of your last life, this was a really interesting question. Because there was a question like inspired action versus
Intuition? Yeah.
Man, I'm not sure to this day what really intuition is. Because it's also sometimes a trap, right? Because you have to, it's hard. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe sometimes it's hard to know the difference between the ego intuition. You know, like,
Yeah.
oh, I felt that they cheat on me or whatever. It was my intuition. Oh, I felt it in my stomach, right? That's not intuition, man.
No.
It's only a story, you know.
Yeah.
So, and you made a example. You know, if you eat something and it's unhealthy, maybe your intuition says, oh, don't do it next time, right?
Yeah.
But then I thought about it, you know, but isn't it only your experience? You know, it's really intuition because, as I said before,
Yeah.
even with food, you know, it's a story about it. So
Yeah.
is there really a universal truth intuition?
Exactly. That was what I was trying to get at. Was I was challenging everybody to think about this because we do talk about intuition and inspired action. I was just like, okay, what's the difference? What is intuition? What is inspired action or aligned action? And we talked about it from the perspective of if I know that I am source, everything that I do becomes in alignment. Everything that I do becomes quote unquote inspired action. If I'm trying to get something, well, then everything I do becomes, it simply becomes out of this lack, right? If I'm not from the knowing that I'm source, but I have to do something to get something, it's always from this state of lack. So does intuition really even matter? Does it really even matter? What actually matters is the story that you're telling about everything, right? We can sit and we can talk about intuition. You can ask 100 different people and you can get 100 different answers. So we would say it's a still quiet voice behind you that talks and it's so kind to you. And if it's out of anger, it's not out of intuition. Or if it seems like, how do you know, right? How do we all know? Like all of our perspectives are different on this. But at the end of the day, you still get to tell the story about everything that happens in your life. You still get to look at reality and decide right now that everything that I have done has got me to this perfect moment. And now I know the end of what I want, and everything that I do from here will get me to that end. Point blank, period. You basically get to create, in a sense, you get to create your own concept of intuition on the way, right? Let's even think about that because we'll say things like that, right? It's an internal nudge. It's this voice. It speaks in passion, right? It's a discernment. Okay, cool. Let's say that. Let's say that. So does that mean that certain things that you do are more in alignment to get you to what you want and other things aren't? Well, isn't that a limiting belief? Well, so you always have to feel good about everything that you do? Or can you simply make the decision right now that everything that I do is leading me perfectly to where I want to be? Therefore, I do everything to the best of my ability, whether it feels good, whether it feels bad. I just make the next best decision, knowing it all unfolds perfectly. And then we'll say, okay, well, there's certain things on the path that'll feel good. Is that intuition? And the other things that don't are not. But they're all leading you to the same place. So I will always question and push, like, what is the importance of this quote unquote intuition in the first place? Maybe it delivers you from certain things that you think might be negative for you. Well, then I would question you again. I would say, how can something be negative for you? If you are perfect, isn't that still just a story that you're telling? So at the end of the day, we're just all telling these stories about all of these situations. We're trying to make ourselves feel better about certain things. We're trying to be selective, like certain things are more divine than others. When it's all divine, it's all God, it's all perfect. It's all the perfect unfolding. What is better? What is worse? What is good? What is bad? What is right? What is wrong? It's all God. It's all leading you to the right place. Unless you start telling the story that some things are different and better than others. So sure, lean on your intuition, but don't allow it to start giving you the opportunity to tell a story that you don't want. To start saying, oh, because I felt better today, it must have been intuition that was leading me right. But lately, I don't know. I just need to get in touch with my intuition, where you're just assuming you're making a story right now that you're not the person you need to be. And you have to be somebody different. Get more insight, hear more of a voice to get where you want, right? We always start creating these micro stories of separation. And these stories add up. And sometimes even the things that we think are good, like intuition, can end up holding us back when we think certain things aren't in alignment anymore because we didn't hear some slight nudge, that we didn't feel passion, that we didn't have this little voice tell us something, when it's still all divine. It's still all the story. Go.
Yeah, man. I love it. Oh, man. And really, most of the time, it's your ego. This quote-unquote intuition, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I felt that I want to text my SP, but it comes from why?
Right.
Because the ego wants this validation, wants to do it now, right? And
Yeah.
now. Yeah, right.
Absolutely.
And of course, sometimes it can be, it's good, but maybe only acceptance, because it felt good. So it's not the feeling, it's your acceptance, right?
Yeah.
And with inspired action and everything from your state, if you remember who you are, and in quote unquote in your state, your desired state, then everything you do is inspired action, right?
Yep.
So there are infinite ways. There's no one or two ways. No, everything is the inspired action from the state of being,
Yeah.
Because you can have two people with the same background, they can take the same steps, but they can have different outcomes depending on their state of being,
Yeah, exactly. There's infinite ways to get down the path. So that's why look, is your intuition that damn important? Right? So even that question, right? How we know when to trust our intuition? I'll tell it again, right? Are you using your intuition as a crutch to keep you from getting what you want? Thinking that, oh, because I felt good about this, now it's leading me there. Because I didn't feel good about it, it must not be intuition. No. You can make the decision right now and bless every single step that you take as perfect. Every single step is perfect. The mind often runs on endlessly, and sometimes there's a quiet, more direct voice. Sure, sometimes, right? Absolutely. That's very true. But still, right? Even in the midst of that story, it's still separation. It's still saying that, okay, if my mind's running endlessly, there's another still voice that's going to come and it's going to tell me what to do. What if it doesn't? What if your mind is running too endlessly at this point? Is the step that you take not perfect? It must be, because you are perfect. This is what I'm trying to get y'all to see, is go beyond the stories. Go beyond the racing thoughts. Go beyond the emotions. Go to the truth of who you are. Go beyond leaning on this intuition or thinking that certain things are right and wrong or good and bad. Simply be yourself. Simply know that you are perfect. Go to the source. Cut through the noise. You are perfect. Now hold yourself as such and allow everything to unfold perfectly.
I guess my answer today with intuition is maybe my intuition is more a desire. My desire is intuition. Like, remember who you are, Like, it's an invitation.
Yeah.
To know who you are, to remember who you are. That's,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. No, that makes perfect sense. Here, I'm gonna ask you this question that you just got. All right. So it is, if everything is an assumption, can we blame someone for our actions towards them because they assumed, maybe? You see?
If everything is an assumption, can we blame someone for our actions towards them?
No. Can we blame? Can we blame someone else for our actions towards them? Because maybe they assumed that we were going to be a certain way towards them.
My answer would be no. No, man, no.
Exactly.
Why?
Exactly. It's all us. It's all you. There's no their assumptions don't matter in your reality. Only your assumptions matter.
Yeah, you choose the version of them, you choose the story of them, and they have no free will, only if you quote unquote give them free will, right? So, oh, I can't do anything. So
Yeah.
then that's your experience.
Yeah.
Congratulations, but it's not a universal truth, right?
Exactly.
So it doesn't matter what's happened. There's only now. We are so masters in retelling stories, and then you, so to speak, you recreate your story. But no, and as I said earlier, man, God says, or the Bible says, forgive, right?
Yeah.
Forgive others and yourself. And also, I don't know the exact scripture. It's like, don't see the bulb in the eyes of the others.
Yeah, the speck. Yeah. Don't the beam in the eye of your brother, right?
See your own first, you
Yeah.
know. And it's like this, you know. It's coming from you.
Exactly.
And also there's a line in Gospel of Thomas and in the scripture, like the cup. Why do you wash the cup of the outside? You
Yeah.
don't understand the man who made the inside also made the outside.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Exactly. And I agree. 100%. 100%. There's only us, right? So even for the follow-up question, right? But if they act on how we assume, why not us too? Because that's going to be their reality. In your reality, you pull forth a version of everybody who is in alignment with your assumption, right? If I think all women are a certain way, I pull a version of them who are a certain way, right? And so in other reality, they might be great women, but in my reality, they might not be, or they won't be because of my assumption about them. It is me who dictates. You are the author, the editor, the publisher, the screenwriter, the main character. You give everybody the script. You tell everybody this is how you are going to be based on your assumption. Your assumption is all you. This is the ultimate path of self-accountability, is the knowledge that you are source, that you are all that there is. Right? You can't blame anyone for anything anymore. No one is manifesting a shitty version of you, right? You are simply having assumptions that they are reflecting back at you. Right? No one can make you act out of character. No one can. Oh, my bad. No one can pull a shitty version of you out of you. We make choices. You make a choice in your reality. So I tell my SP, love me and be obsessed with me, and so it is. Absolutely. Absolutely, so it is. So it is. That's what it has to be, right? That is what it has to be.
But yeah, really, at every time, you have to send it annoying, right?
Yeah.
But it's easy when everything is great, then it's easy to tell a new story. But when something bad, quote unquote bad happens, then it's really our showtime to prove that we're really this person right now, right? And not like, oh, I'm doing something wrong, why is this happening? Oh, I can't do it anymore. Why?
Exactly.
Because it only matters who are you when it happens. Yeah, but who do you say that I am, right?
Exactly. Who do you say I am? Exactly. It's a beautiful story, right? If y'all don't know that story, that's Jesus asked his disciples. He said, "Who do they say the Son of Man is?" Right? And the disciples started saying all kinds of things. Some say you're Elijah. Some say you're this prophet. Some say you're this prophet. The representation of that is the disciples were using what other people said. They were taking other people's words and they were describing Jesus, who represents your I am awareness, Yeshua. Okay? And then Jesus corrected them. He said, no, but who do you say the Son of Man is? Who do you say that I am? What this is meaning is that you cannot judge who you are based on the external world. You cannot say other people bring this out of you. Who do you say you are? We think that we're saying this person made us do this. But simply what we are actually saying is this is who I am. And we are taking other people and we're pulling them from the past into this current reality, into the present. And we're saying we're trying to make an excuse for who we are. We're trying to cast our power away. We're trying to use the external world to determine who we are. Remember, identity first, circumstance second. You cannot base your identity on the circumstances. You are making the choice of who you are, and then circumstances follow. Okay?
Yes, man. I guess I have for me personally, three key scripture quotes. For me, it explains everything. The first thing is, who told you that you're naked? Who told you that something bad happened, or that's not your way? That's not affording perfectly for you. Who told you that something is against you, or whatever story you want to tell, right?
Yeah.
Right. Who told you that? Then who do you say that there? And nothing has power over me until it's given from above.
Yeah.
Given from above, right?
Yeah.
And then you're then you're guilty of a greater sin, and sin means you missed your mark, right?
Yeah.
You decide whatever what you want to be.
Great.
So these three questions is the whole game, I guess. You know.
Yeah, for sure. Because even even to talk about even those scriptures, right? Who told you that? All right, when Adam and Eve said that they were naked in the garden, metaphysically, this is something that you can ask yourself anytime you have a belief. Well, I have to reprogram this. Who told you that shit? Who told you had to reprogram something? Well, the truth is that nobody told you that you had to do it. You are simply making the choice to tell that story about yourself right now. Who told you you're not in alignment? What? Nobody. You simply made the assumption. You don't have to make that assumption. You can go to the knowing that you're always in alignment because you are always source, right? And then that last beautiful story, right, is dang, what was the third one you said, brother?
Nothing has power over me until it's given from above.
Absolutely. There we go. So you don't know this story. This is Pontius Pilate. Okay. So Jesus, Yeshua, your I am awareness is standing in front of Pontius Pilate. And Pontius Pilate straight up tells him, don't you know I have the power to kill you? I have the power to get you crucified, brother. Jesus said, you have no power over me unless given to you from above, right? What does that represent? No circumstance in your life has power to do anything to you unless you give it power, right? Like my goddess was saying earlier, when she was saying her visa was rejected, right? The circumstance doesn't matter. It has no power unless you give it power by accepting it, right? But we don't accept that shit. It's already done. It's already taken care of. Everything is already working out perfectly because you already made that decision. Nothing outside of you has power unless you consent to it. Nobody is manifesting you. You are the only creator in the reality.
Amen, bro. Amen.
Straight up.
And that's the last thing I want to say. I don't know how, but man, I want to say choose love every time, right? Even if we have bad quote unquote bad things that happen, or maybe not our preferred or desired version of whatever, SP, boss, friend, right? Choose love, man, and talk about internally, right? See them with love internally, even if it's not your desired version yet in the 3D, because they deserve it, right? Even if you don't prefer it, it's a perfect version that you chose consciously or unconsciously, right? Without judgment. So choose love. Also, from a 3D perspective now, you know, sometimes we did something wrong, right? And we don't want judgment, we also want love, right?
Yeah.
So we have to give it also internally and see it internally the same way, right? Like, man, sometimes we had situations where we thought, man, why, man? It was so unnecessary from you, right?
Yeah.
And then we want someone that still stick with us, that believe in us, right? So we have to do the same internally with others, man.
Exactly.
And don't fight this version and complain about. Of course, sometimes it feels challenging. It's not a problem, but internally feel and see with love, you know, because we are love. Everything is love. Even hate is love, but from another expression, you know.
Yeah, different perspective of the same veil. Absolutely.
Yeah, everyone deserves love. want love, right? So everyone, even our quote unquote undesired version, internally, right? And it makes things so much easier, right?
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Always
Yeah.
choose love, man. Those old versions of you that you're trying to beat up, saying, man, I wish I had done this. I wish this version of me did this. Love them. They want your love more than anything. Who would you be without them?
Nice, man. Yeah, man. So yeah, I guess that was everything.
Perfect, man. I appreciate you as always, brother. I appreciate you as always.
Likewise, man. It's like and every time it's like my Sunday service, you know. I come here.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Guys, love you all. I assume the best for you. I believe in you, trust in you. It's a promise. So don't take every thought and feeling and circumstance so seriously. Just stay here knowing. Sometimes we forget. It's okay. It's not a problem. Now it's a new second, so it doesn't matter anymore. Who are you being in this now moment? Not 1 second before. Now.
Right
There's
now.
always choice. There's always peace within you. There's always a light. You are the light of this world, okay? And yeah, it's always there for you. So remember it and then you're fine. Okay?
Amen. Amen. Preach, brother. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
Thank you, man. So I guess you have to kick me out.
I got you. I can either kick you out because y'all, I'm about to go to the restroom and I'm about to go grab another beer. You want to entertain them, or you want me to kick you off?
I don't know. You choose.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead and entertain them.
Okay.
I'll be right there.
Hello guys, I hope you're all well. Right here we have a safe place. We come together and remember who we are and can help each other out. I'm grateful for all. Yes, really. Remember who you are. There's nothing, God is on your side within you, so there's nothing to fear, right? Everything is fine. And yeah, you will do it. You will do it. Your promise, your desire is your promise. It's your fuel, right? It's your fuel, man. And it's so beautiful. Everything is a blessing. Even the bad things that happen is a blessing because it reminds you who you are, right? It's always a great opportunity to, step into this knowing, into this truth, And try to be present as often as possible. Because then you tell no stories, right? I'm a big fan of body awareness, right? Sometimes your ego's challenging, right? And it's exhausting. But the great thing is your breath, right? You can take your attention to your breath, and then you will notice if you really stay focused on your breath with your body, it will come still automatically and you feel your own peace. And that's such a beautiful thing that we can do at every moment. Yes.
I appreciate
I try
it.
my best.
I appreciate it. I took a little longer than extra too. I was like, you know what? Let me take.
Good beer, but I guess not a German beer, right? So.
Let me see, y'all. It's it's not a German. No, this is Belgium. It's an IPA. It's called Voodoo Ranger.
But this looks cool.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I like a good IPA. I like stouts.
That's great, man.
Yeah. No, but I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, man.
Likewise, man. Likewise.
Cool. You have a good one. Dang, it was a couple of y'all in queue. Y'all just disappeared, huh? I'm getting shy. Shy or it's y'all bedtime? Which one is it? No, I'm in Texas. I'm in Dallas. So if you ever in Dallas, I'll take you up on that offer. What part of Cali? What part of Cali? Might take you up on that offer still. What's up? What's up?
What's up?
How
How
you?
are you tonight?
I'm always blessed. How you doing?
I like talking to you. I feel like this is like our third or fourth time talking now.
Yeah, it is. We're getting real comfortable with each other. We're besties now.
I know. Now we're besties. I sent you a DM. Not like that though.
No. I ain't even say anything. Did I make a face or something?
I thought you already spit up your beer. You're like, no.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say anything. I didn't say that was you that said, no, not like that. Not like that. My bad, bro. I didn't know I wasn't your type, but damn.
It was a friendly slide.
Okay, I hear you. That's what we're gonna say to the audience. That's what we're gonna say to the audience. I got you.
I was like, thank you for all that you do, because I feel like a lot of the stuff that I've learned from the live has just like freed me from overthinking about stuff that doesn't matter and really just like being more so in the moment of life and just, touching trees,
Yeah, for sure. No, I appreciate that. I appreciate the kind words.
Yeah.
How's every?
So,
Go ahead.
I used to bartend. I bartended for 22 years. And your beer that you're drinking right now, I was like, oh my gosh, we used to sell that beer. So
Yeah.
I was like laughing at you, like, I don't know what this is. What is this? That's voodoo.
Yeah, Voodoo Ranger. Cause I have a bunch of. I keep a lot of beers because I like beer. I always keep like a good stout. Or I keep a good variety of craft. I'm a connoisseur. I'm a beer-asseur, right? So
Respect.
yeah, I keep a lot of them around. So I just grab
Well,
one
you
of
must-
them.
You must work out really hard because you're fit and beers have a shit ton of calories.
Oh yeah, thank you. I do work out a lot. Yeah, I stay in good shape. I just like to look good when I'm on, like, if I ever am in a situation where I have to take my shirt off, I just want to look good. So I have abs and So yeah.
Same. So my question for you tonight is, and maybe it's like a collaborative question.
Okay.
Because I feel like I definitely went through a spiritual awakening that started probably 7 years ago.
Okay.
And I feel like a lot of people are just so unaware of what that process is like or what it feels like, because I don't think a lot of people know that they're actually going through sort of I know you can have multiple awakenings in your life.
Okay.
But the starting, the main one where you're just whoa, none of this is real, and everything that I'm looking at is not real. And I wanted to know what your thoughts about that process were, if you went through that process, and what age were you when it started, and what were you doing, and all of that.
So let me be very honest with you. I don't think I've ever really had that kind of experience where things just blew my mind like that. It was my spiritual growth has always felt like a very natural progression to me. I've always felt somewhat spiritually gifted ever since I was a child, right? I think the one moment that really woke me up is I was in a fire. It's in a house fire back in 2014. And whenever I was in that fire, I had stopped eating for a couple of days. I was in the hospital. I was in a hyperbaric chamber. So when I was in that chamber, they were pumping me pure oxygen. And I was starting to have memories that I had forgotten about. I was starting to remember things from my childhood, remember experiences that I had with entities, with guides, things like that. And it was just up. It was up from there. But it never felt, maybe that's why it didn't feel shocking, is because I was just remembering things. So this journey has always just felt like a remembrance. It's never felt like it's been opening new ways of thinking for me. It's always just felt like remembering the truth of who I am.
Wow, that's really deep. I've never heard anybody say that. Usually, the people, I have a very few people that have gone through awakenings,
Mhm.
including myself, but I grew up super, super religious, like Christian.
Yeah.
And I remember from a very young age, the biggest, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I hear you perfectly.
Oh, okay, good, because it showed that my service was out. I just remember from a very young age, the number one question I had with Christianity, which was crazy, was that it was like, well, if you don't ask for forgiveness and you don't repent or whatever, you're gonna go to hell. You must know God. Sorry, that's my
Okay.
outside neighbor. I'm gonna go in the other room.
No problem.
Yeah, so you're gonna go to hell. And my question was that makes no sense to me because there's so many people on our whole globe that have different religions, and there can't be one God to be like, what if you never met the right God, right?
Yeah.
And I thought that when I was 10.
Yeah.
And I was just it makes no sense to me that I'm gonna go to these innocent people are gonna burn in hell because they didn't know the right God, but they also were never given the information to know the right God, you know?
Yeah.
And that's kind of where my thought process started as a young kid, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a valid question. I asked that question a lot too. It never really got an answer that satisfied me. Some people were like, oh, well, they'll be saved. I was like, okay, well, hold up. What does that mean? Right. And then I think the other question that I always had was if Jesus died to pay for our sins, who was that payment to? Who was that payment to? And that one always kind of got me trapped, being it was a payment to God. Well, then why did God have to take payment like that? Why? What is that? What is that? What does that mean? And so those were two questions that kind of sent me deeper down that hole. So I get it, right? I was raised in the church as well. I was raised Catholic, confirmed Catholic, and everything.
Oh,
right?
wow.
Yeah, confirmed Catholic.
So you have to sit up and stand up and sit down and stand up a lot.
Yeah. Sit down, kneel, stand up. Yeah, all that. All right. So I still go to church with my parents sometimes. We were supposed to go last week, but they overslept. I was like, ooh, thank you. Man, I'm so grateful that y'all overslept. We can still go to breakfast though. I got y'all. But we'll probably end up going because I stay so close to them now. They're always just ready to hang out. And they're like, hey, you want to come to church? And from my mom, she was listening to my live the other day. Didn't know what the hell I was talking about. Didn't know what the hell I was talking. And then actually, she was listening to it before she asked me to go to church. And right after she finished listening to it, she asked me to go to church with her. I think she's trying to wash away my sins, man.
So what's that experience with your family? Because my mom, when I told her that I didn't believe in God the way that she believed in God,
Mm-hmm.
it was a very long pause and a stare at me, and she was just staring at me she's like, wait a minute, so you don't believe in God? And I'm like, no, I was like, I do. I was like, I just believe that he lives in all of us.
Yeah.
I don't think that we're separate from him. And
Yeah.
she's like, so you don't think God talks to you? And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
So I feel was that does your mom, knowing that you teach a lot about I am,
Man, my mom
did
don't.
she question for you well, what do you mean, son?
Man, but mom. So I've talked to my mom about a lot of things. I don't know if she just forgets it, but so basically, how my relationship with both of my parents is I don't try to change them or convert them. I think one of the earlier discussions we had, one day we were having a conversation, and I just reacted in a way to a conversation we were having about religion. I said, man, Jesus wasn't even God. Jesus was just a regular guy like you and me. And both of my parents looked at me like they were about to jump up at me. And from that point forward, I said, you know what? That came out wrong because I didn't really mean regular guy. But from that point forward, I've never been in conversion mode with my parents. It's always been, I simply choose to see them as the loving beings that they are, and I choose to have a perfect relationship with them. And that relationship that I have with him has transcended our spiritual beliefs, right? If I believe that this source, this Spirit of God is unconditionally loving, then that Spirit of God is unconditionally loving no matter what your belief is. My belief is that God is above your belief in God. God simply is. God simply is all that there is and does not require your praise, your worship, your love, your belief at all. Simply requires your knowing of who you are so that can be reflected towards you. I think certain other religions, they'll place the worship in God. Now, don't get me wrong. I do kind of worship that divinity within myself, but not as a way to get anything, not as a means to an end, right? Which is where I think kind of religions go on or go off. And so my relationship with them is I think it's beautiful. We don't talk about religion, or when we do, I say a couple things, but this is how I think about it. Let's say that right now, my parents, they're older, right? They're damn near 70, right? So let's say that I have a conversation with them and I just really start talking about my beliefs. And let's say that they get close to their transition. And it can go two ways. Let's say that all of a sudden I have some impact on them and they're questioning their belief. And they're like, man, what's going to happen after I die? Is that the position I want them in? Hell nah. Let's say it's the other way. Let's say they still firmly believe in what they believe. And now they're saying, bro, is my son going to have salvation? Is he going to be okay? Is that the position that I want them in at the end of their life? No. So either way, it's not really, there's no benefit to me, right? The benefit, the sermon, right? Me kind of giving back to God the best way I can is me loving these two people who without them, I would cease to be here right now. Right. So I think that's the way that I honor them, is just have a beautiful relationship with them as best as possible.
Yeah, no, I agree. I definitely got to that point. Are you familiar with like the Course in Miracles?
Mm-hmm.
The Course in Miracles?
Yeah, Course in Miracles, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't finish it. I mean, I think it's like over 1,000 pages, but I did read through quite a bit of the text, and that was one of the things, is like everything should be done from love and not like judgmental. And I really respect that. And I think that that shows so much of quote unquote like ego death, in a sense, where it's like you are not trying to convert or change anybody's mind about their belief system. If you approach everything with more of like a love, to be like, well, that's how you feel, like feel free. And one of my favorite quotes is, two things can be true at the same time.
Yeah.
And I really leaned into that, to be like, my purpose in life is not to convince you to believe in me or believe what I'm saying, because that just shows that I truly don't believe it. If I have to convince you of something, that means that I'm trying to convince myself of something, right?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Yeah. So like I respect that a lot, and I think so basically after I had my spiritual awakening and like all this stuff happens and I'm like still going through it, I believe mine was very different than yours. I definitely had like a whole thing of like, why am I here? Like, what am I? Like, what is this organism that I'm living in and being like trying to sort of navigate this game of life, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely come in waves, and I started like my own like writings. Like I put all my writings online and kind of like a guide, if you are going through that, to like help you sort of navigate coming back to yourself and coming home to yourself.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I asked you, like, was that your, like, is this the purpose of you doing this and like coaching and being here for the people, like everybody? Is it a way for you, like for people that are going through a spiritual awakening, or is it just more just like life in general?
Man. I guess both, really. It's I honestly, I do this. I get online, I start talking because this is just who I am, right? I was doing this when there was only one person on here. I was doing this when there was nobody listening, right? Just because this is just who I am. I enjoy it. And if anybody is on this path, okay, and they resonate with it a little bit, and the words help one person, right, to get more in their life, to get a closer connection with the divinity within them, to clarify something about reality creation, right, then I think that's more than enough, right? But also, I'm gonna tell you the full story of why I even got into content is because all these things that I'm talking about, I used to just talk about it with my friends, right? Or like women I was dating, or women that I was cool with, or some of my homeboys, right? They would just ask me questions. People used to just send me things, be like, hey, what's your thoughts on this? And I would just say it. And one day, one of my homegirls was like, you always are talking about this. Why don't you just start making content? Okay, cool. Might as well. And then I just started doing it. And I said, I'm going to do this for 90 days and see what happens. After 90 days, nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened. Now I just have like 1 or 2 likes, and then one person will be like, shut up on the comment. And I would just keep doing it.
Rude.
right. But it is what it is. So even after that 90 days, I just make the decision like, no, this is just me. I'm just going to keep doing it because I like it. And one of the realizations I had was even my perception on life and reincarnation is a little different, right? I don't believe in linear time. I believe everything is happening right now. So even if I pass away, let's say I pass away in 10 years or 5 years or 70 years, right? My reincarnation, we think of a future life, but future and past don't exist. There's only now. So I could reincarnate while I'm still alive right now. Right? I could reincarnate over and over again within this same lifetime. So I could be speaking to myself. And there's a version of myself that could need to hear something, that could be going through something, and this word can liberate them from the stress that they're feeling. It can liberate them from something that they're going on. And that is enough service, right? So helping one person, it's beautiful. If I put out 1,000 videos and I help one person, that's perfect. Right? If I put out 1,000 videos and I help myself, that's perfect, right? But I do this because I enjoy it. So I do this for free. Let y'all come up here, we talk, we chop it up. Basically, we have live sessions for the absolute free because this is just who I am. So I haven't really thought too much on if it's for people that are awakening or people on the path. Just, if anybody resonates, that's cool. And I also know that the way that I give information is not for everybody. That's a story that I tell, but that's not a story that I'm really need to challenge. I truly believe that if you resonate with me at this point, with the way that I give information, then you've probably been on this spiritual path for a while, right? And I consider it kind of like a reality creation graduation. You went down all these paths of whatever, and now it's the realization that you're absolutely perfect, that you are source. It's this the returning home to yourself after this long ass journey. So if anything, that's what I'll say. Sure, it's a returning home after a long ass journey of reality creation.
I love that so much because I think I resonate with you a lot in that where it's like I am also trying to like build my community, and I'm like trying to figure out ways, because it's like for me it's never really been about the money, and it's like the reason why I started my own like website and guidance is because like I literally want to live for a very long time. Because I was so confused on the purpose, and a lot of people go into nihilism from this process of having a spiritual awakening, because when you look out to the world and you're like very empathic and you see how the world is, it can be very dark for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And they see a lot of like the hierarchy and the power, and they're unaware that they're just giving their power away, and they're like they more so don't. They won't unalive themselves. And I think that's why I started my own community too, is like, that was a really tough hack for me to be like, I don't even want to be here.
Yeah.
But the thing that really speaks to me about you is that you allow people to take their power back, and you give them their power where you're like, no, it's all you. There isn't anything else out of you that you're waiting for. There's nothing that needs to happen for you to get your power back, you really just have to acknowledge that you never didn't have it. Like,
Yeah.
it's always in you, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's why I really started to follow your work, is because it took me 6.5 years to even understand that. Which is crazy.
I ain't saying
But
anything. It's not
I was
crazy.
like doing all like rituals and trying to. You said what?
I say it's not crazy. It's a journey, right? No judgment here.
Yeah. But I think like knowing it and like you said, like the path will reveal itself. Like as you walk it, the things will show up when needed for your level of awareness to like digest it.
Yeah.
So maybe that was what it was, is that I just wasn't there to digest that information yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perhaps. Right. So how has the community building been for you so far? And what is your goal with, not with creating it because, or your purpose for creating it, because you just explained that, but like what are your goals for sizing it up, or do you have a goal about that?
Yeah, so mostly for me, the biggest lifesaver through this journey was writing things out and journaling, because there's a certain amount of accountability that you have to give yourself. When you read your own thoughts, you're like, whoa. And I don't know what it is about just free writing on a page. Like, no, you're just getting it out of your head.
Yeah.
And then you read it back and you're like, these are my thoughts. Some of them are just so small. They're so small-minded, and they're so victim mentality, where
Yeah.
you're like the victim of yourself, right? And so my goal is like, a lot of my content is writing. It's not like a lot of like YouTube or videos. It's inspired writing from what I've learned about the human brain and how it works. So
Would you like to read
I
something?
don't really have a goal. Huh?
Would you like to read something?
I can read you something. Do you guys want to hear it? I don't want to.
Yeah, absolutely.
impose.
Absolutely. I do. Absolutely.
All right, I can pull that from now.
I didn't mean to put you on the
Let me just
spot.
pull up my laptop.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I don't like for like what you're saying. I didn't really start my blog for like money. Like, it was more about me being in a dark place and being like, I don't want anybody to not have guidance
Yeah.
going through a very dark place.
Yeah.
All right, I have one that I wrote that I think would resonate with. I have 8
Did you?
blog posts so far.
There you go.
And this one is based on the verse of Isaiah 61, verse 3.
Hey,
It's
God
given
is.
for ashes,
God
joy
is.
for mourning,
Did you just-
praise for the spirit of heaven. Can you hear me?
Did you just move to a different spot in your crib? Cause you kind of got a little
No, I'm in the
choppy.
same spot. Can you not hear me?
No, it was fine. It got a little choppy for a second. It sounds
How
fine.
is it now?
It's perfect now.
Okay. So it's give beauty for ashes, joy for mourning, praise for the spirit of heaviness. They might be called trees of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, that he might be glorified. And so this is my writing based on this Bible verse. For the days that feel heavy and the world seems to not be on your side, standing for the life you desire can mostly feel like you're standing still, waiting for proof that all of your intentions and spiritual work will materialize. What I have found is hours before my manifestation comes to light, I feel the most heavy and despondent. I now give myself grace in knowing that my old beliefs are rooted below the surface like an old tree. I've been rooted in my old beliefs longer than I've been alive. Just like the leaves that fall and wither in the autumn and fall to the ground, I am shedding old patterns and beliefs for my current reality. This is the time to give joy for mourning, because the old version of self is dying. And that is why you feel pain, because you are no longer running from pain. You are killing the part of you that no longer aligns with the life that you're calling it. Giving beauty for ashes is transmuting the heaviness into deep knowing that it all is working out for your greater good. So when the weight feels unbearable, remember, you are not breaking down, you're breaking free. The soil is being stirred so new roots can take ground. What once felt like loss is the sacred clearing for what is coming alive in you. Trust the shedding, stay rooted in stillness, and keep your heart open because the beauty that's blooming through you is on its way.
Beautiful. 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 You want to give some extra words, a little explanation for it, what you were thinking when you wrote it, how you feel about it, what you hope it teaches people?
I was just at a very dark place when I wrote this. Yeah. And, it's like that, the artist that everybody's like, oh, when artists make their best albums is because they're going through heartbreak.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Or you're going through a really dark time and you just got to get it out. So it's the paintbrush vibe,
Yeah.
I think that there is something about the human experience of when we're breaking down, we're actually breaking free. And if we're just able to be aware of that, then if we can just remind ourselves that when things are really hard, I think that's half the battle, is the awareness that we're not breaking down, we're breaking free and going, and in the game of life, we're going to the next level.
100% agree. 100%. It's like that metaphysical womb, right? Because I feel you, right? A lot of even the kind of letters and stuff that I'll read on my YouTube or my TikTok shorts, and even the ones that I read here, sometimes I make them during times that, like, dark times, to remember who I am through that.
Yeah.
And that's when you just feel most inspired, right? I've even read letters that I wrote to the woman I was dating that passed away, right? It comes from this deep sense of almost despair, right? That allows you to wake up to this divinity. So I kind of explain it like a womb. It's the metaphorical womb that you go through in rebirth, just like the phoenix has to build its nest. If you don't know what a phoenix is this mystical bird. Okay, it's a bird that's on fire. And before it becomes this mystical creature, it builds a nest, sets the nest on fire, it goes into the fire because it knows it has to die, so it's reborn. It's also one of the metaphorical meanings of Christ being healed, and reborn, resurrected, right? But we go through this process anytime we go through something, right? Even if you go through a breakup, a version of you wanted to spend the rest of your life with this person, and then it didn't work out, right? And so that part of you has to die. It has to pass away. You have to mourn the passing of that version of you. So when you are in this mourning process, you are literally in this metaphysical womb, right? So metaphorically, you are in the womb, you are in this darkness. Sometimes you don't know how to get out of it. You don't know which way is forward, back, left, right. You are just in this space trying to move forward. And then you have kind of that feminine energy washing over you, just like the water in the womb, right, washes over you. And even in scripture, it talks about the Spirit of God flowing over the waters, which is really representing the baptism that you have in your mother's womb, right? And so when you are crying in these times of solitude, when you're in this metaphorical womb, it's that feminine energy, that divine energy flowing over you, washing away the old parts of you so you can be reborn. And then whenever we're ready, sometimes it's a month, sometimes it's 2 months, sometimes it's 5 months, we walk out this new person. But it's often in that time where we find ourselves, we find our voice, we find our arts, we find our beauty in a different way than we did before.
You know what's so amazing about that? I love that so much because I just recently went through a breakup. Like, I was living with this man that I did think was my husband, right?
Yeah.
And when I started this path of being a spiritual guide, he literally put me down about it. He's like, okay, life coach. Okay, life coach, what you gonna go do, be a life coach? And I was just like, I felt so stupid doing like writing and putting my words out into the world and starting my blog, because I've never done anything like this. And I feel that so deeply that when you're with somebody, like, it's kind of hard. Like when you're dating somebody who doesn't have a spiritual like bone in their body, I feel like they can really, I don't know if it's like a karmic relationship that pushes you to just do it, but it almost inspired me more that he was being so fucking mean to me.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, you're so mean that, like, I'm doing this because, like, I don't know if it's my ego being like, I'm gonna prove you wrong that I can do this, or if it was just the pain of, like, the person that says they love you so much and that they care for you so much turn against you because you're choosing yourself.
Yeah.
Essentially, you're choosing yourself to do something you feel aligned to, and they turn against you.
Yeah.
I knew that I had to choose myself and walk away from that relationship, and I'm so glad that I did, because it gave me my voice back.
Yeah. I love that, right? I love that you said that when the world turns against you, right, you have to join yourself, right? You have to team up with yourself. You have to remember your own divinity through it. So even that path was perfect in getting you to this moment, to getting you through all of it. It's all perfect. It is all perfect. It's simply a matter of perspective.
Yeah, and I think, like, that's why I always question, like, I know that a lot of the community out here has, like, SPs, and I would love your insight on this, but, okay, I don't believe in SPs, and I don't know why. I feel like it's, like, another form of control of being, like, I need this person to love me or do these things or whatever, but is that me telling myself that story of, like, I don't believe in SPs. I just feel like if somebody's meant for you, like, I truly believe this now. Like, I'm 40, I'll be 43. And I've had a lot of relationships, you know, like,
she's
I've been
lying,
in love.
y'all. She's lying, y'all. She's 23, but keep going.
I'll be 43 in November, but I do look good though, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I've taken care of my skin, SPF every day.
You a Scorpio?
No, good. You're close though.
You're
I'm
a
a Sagittarius.
Sagittarius. Yeah, okay. I was just hoping you were a
What about
Scorpio.
you?
No, I'm a Scorpio.
Oh Lord.
Yeah,
okay, fine. No, I'm just kidding.
Whatever, girl. Whatever, man.
Done.
You fell right. You're on the wrong side of the train tracks, man. You fell just beyond the tracks, but it's cool. I would be jealous too.
What's your birthday?
October. Dang, you want me to put my personal information out there, man. Dang. Yeah, it's the end of October.
Whatever. Okay.
And you're the end of November,
Okay,
so we
so-
got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, November 26th. I was born on Thanksgiving Day. Okay, so look, like, this is my true question about this. In the co-creation of creating your reality, or co-creating your reality,
Yeah.
what's the SP vibe? Like, can y'all explain this to me? Because I'm like, if somebody's meant for you, if somebody is meant to come into your life, why do you have to work so hard on being like, I believe in it? Like, help me.
I'll try to help you. I don't think I can though. So number one, yes, it is your story. Number one. Number two, I love SP situations. Why I love them is not for a traditional reason. It's not because I really care about you and that specific person. It's because typically the SP is a perfect gateway for you to realize your power. The perfect gateway, right? Like, let me say a couple triggering things. Okay, let me say a couple triggering things. All right. So I've been there trying to manifest a specific person, and I've helped a lot of people that have created or chosen a reality where they receive their specific person back. Cool. I've also been involved with people who, the moment they stopped caring about their SP, all of a sudden that person came back. The beautiful thing about it is oftentimes there is so much resistance. How do a lot of people get down into this manifestation space? Terrible breakup. They were in this relationship that were just trying to make it work with this person. It couldn't work. I'm about to read y'all like a book. They were trying to get this specific person that didn't work. This person might have been hot and cold, walking in and out of their life. They kept trying to make it work. They read all the self-help books. It didn't work. This person left. They couldn't get over it. And they ran across on the last second attempt, manifest your person back. So even the journey to get to this point of understanding is typically a journey through lack. It's typically just like, I cannot see myself or life without this person. All right? But the beauty even about that is once you get into this space and you get deep enough, you realize that it's about you. And once you switch your perspective to it's about you, what you'll see is, how I like to put it is, once you get to a certain level of intelligence or consciousness, whatever you want to call it, if somebody likes you enough and you like them enough, it's not difficult to make them work, to make it work. But you want this specific person, right? There's some validation that you want from receiving this specific person. Maybe it's an ego thing, right? They hurt you and you just don't want them to be hurt anymore. And you want to prove that you're good enough to have them in your life. You want to prove that you're good enough, that people can't just walk away from you. Whatever the case may be, you have to flip trying to get them from a state of lack to trying to get them from this state of prosperity and abundance. And if you can do that within this SP realm, you can get anything. Anything. Right? Because that deep knowing, even manifestation as a whole, what it is about is knowing that you are the center. And so when we come into this space and it's this person, it's like, I can't live without them. You know, every night I dream about them and I can't wait to see them and I need them to be fulfilled. You have to go through this deep transformation to realize yourself as the center and now allow those things to be added to you. And by the time you realize yourself as the center, it's like, if I'm the center, I can get whoever I want. I don't have to focus on that specific person. So even wanting a certain person becomes this huge journey of transformation. All right. So I love it. I love the SP journey.
Okay, so you're saying you like it as like a gateway for people to realize that it's really about their limiting beliefs.
Yeah, exactly. It's the ultimate gateway. And I don't think anything can really wake you up to it like an SP can. Money, cool. But the SP wanting a certain person, you know what I'm saying? Once you step across that bridge, you're limitless.
Okay, and that's why, it's like for me, in my younger years, I was like obsessed. I would get obsessed with men and I would do that. Like I would just super focus on getting them into my life.
Yeah.
And I will say, for anybody that is an SP kind of person that likes to manifest people, like it does work.
Sure does.
But I will also say that it means nothing.
You say it means nothing?
Yeah, for that literally the reason that you said, like, whatever you focus on enough, like you said, the minute you let go of it, the minute that you're like, whatever, like, you will get it. You will get that person. You will get that
Look at
thing.
Look at the comment
But
you just led to.
it's exactly what you said. Oh, damn, I'm sorry.
But it's all good. Keep going. There you go.
But you learn in that process, like, that it's literally all about you.
Yeah. Yeah, for
what
sure.
you're lacking, what you need from this person that you're not giving to yourself, and you're literally living in lack, thinking that this person's gonna fill a hole in something that you have to give to yourself first.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. That's why so much of what we talk about on these discussions is about making yourself the center. It's about remembering who you are, right? I don't get into techniques. I don't get into all that shit, right? We go straight to the center. Even if the topic like today is how to create the perfect self-concept, it was an illusion. We talked about that for a little bit, but it's really trying to always direct you to the center. You are source. You are the divinity. You are everything. How to manifest your SP. We get to the center. You are source. You are everything that you desire to be. From that knowing, you can do all of those things. Of course, you can manifest these specific things and specific people and this little bit of money. But this is a full life transformation. This is a new way to see yourself and see reality. It's making yourself the source. Right? So completely.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm enlightened once again.
Yeah, I have lots of SPs.
Wait, you do? Right now?
No, I'm just playing. I don't have any SPs. Hell no, I don't have any SPs. I was just playing. I was reading Lucas comment. He said, "I love SPs. Everyone would be my SP."
I don't think I get Lucas right now. Like, I was vibing with him earlier, but now I'm like, what do you mean, Lucas?
No.
I love SPs.
He just playing. But that is the thing, right? Is that once you come into that awareness, right? Everybody is an SP. Everybody, right? Your mother is an SP. She's a specific person. The ex is an SP, right? Every single person is somebody in your life that you're pulling a version of them from. So even the whole trying to get this specific person in your life to care about you, whatever, choosing the version of them that does, it translates to everything. This is the same way that you're going to choose the version of your boss, choose the version of your business partners, choose the version of your parents, your siblings, your friends, your homegirls, your homeboys, everybody, right? It's all you. It's all you. So everything translates to everything.
Okay, I would say this. I think that when people say, or okay, like when you're like, all right, the universe is a mirror. The relationships that you have, the closest people that are in your life, are mirrors to you. And I truly believe what it is that they're mirrors to your wounds most of the time, is things reflecting a few of your soft spots. And I will say this in my last relationship, a lot of the things that I experienced in that relationship were things I needed to overcome. And even with my mother, because you just said that, like, your mom is also an SP and all that. It's the overcoming of exactly what you say, of not standing in your power and realizing that you are the only I am. It begins and ends with you. And so usually that mirror is just getting you to realize that you're still not choosing yourself.
Yeah. It mirrors back the illusion that you choose to live in, right? The story that you choose to tell, right? That's what everything is. Reality simply reflects your stories, point blank period, right? But even a wound is just a story. It's just something that you choose to identify in that moment. Healing in itself is simply choosing a different story to identify with, right? Even saying that I get over a story is just me choosing a different story. I've chosen the story where I'm over that old story now, right? It's all stories. It's all just us telling us ourselves something.
Okay, so what is the purpose of life?
To know yourself as God, to know yourself as the creator, to experience life, to experience different perspectives of all that there are. There are infinite perspectives to experience, infinite perspectives that you can see through. That's it. Right? So, and that encompasses everything. So think about it like this, right? Even if I say infinite perspectives, One person's perspective is, oh, we come down here to heal past life trauma and to learn all these lessons through life. Well, that's one of infinite perspectives. That becomes a purpose of life. Somebody can say, my purpose is to be a millionaire. My purpose is to take care of my family. My purpose is to do the best at this job and retire. My purpose is this. My purpose is that. There are infinite different perspectives. There's every perspective, right? Some people would say, my purpose is to be the president and bring peace on earth. Some people say, my purpose is to be the richest man in the world. Infinite perspectives. So there are infinite different purposes for life. This is the paradox, right? Is that everything that we say is a story. Even our perspective on what the purpose of life is simply a story that we choose to live by.
Wow. No, I love that so much. I also think, like, do you believe, I know you said that you don't believe in linear time and that there's really no time and space. Like, you're living all of the current, well, you could correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is what I understood, is that everything is possible at every moment, and it's not passing you by because it's like endless possibility, right?
Yeah.
Is that kind of like your perspective on it?
That nothing's passing you by because there's infinite possibilities? Yes. Absolutely. Right? Like,
so,
go ahead.
So basically, do you believe that you never actually, like, spirit, like, you never leave this earth, like you were reincarnated into another body? Or are you just saying, like, your experience is infinite while you're here?
Both. Your experience is infinite while you're here, but also, yes, you do reincarnate into different experiences, but all those experiences are still happening right now. Even if I talked to somebody and I was like, okay, let's talk about the past. Let's talk about something that happened before we were born. Let's talk about something that happened in the 1800s, right? Did it actually happen? We can read about it in a book. We can get a perspective. But what's also interesting to think about is the example I always use is COVID, right? We all went through COVID. We all had different experiences of it. Some of us thought it as a nightmare. Some people, they didn't impact them. It was a cakewalk to them. They were still going out. They were doing whatever. How will history tell the story? This is the same way we have to look at anything in the history book. It's just a perspective of, quote unquote, what happened, what really happened. There were infinite different perspectives of that event. Did it happen at all? If no one who's conscious now was there to perceive it, did it happen? Since there's only now, and the past and the future are just thoughts, well, right now, if somebody fed us all the story of something that happened 1,000, 2,000 years ago, if we all believed in it enough, it would be true. Because our consciousness creates it, right? So I say all that to say, yes, I believe that there are infinite experiences right now. We're also changing the past and the future right now as a collective. But then, yes, we die and we're reincarnated and we have different experiences of all that there is. We're always having different experiences.
Religion 101. So much, because I definitely believe in reincarnation. Like, I don't think our spirit ever actually leaves this earth, and it's all very cyclical, and I think that, like, you just go into another body.
Gotcha. Yeah. Do you believe in space? Other planets, other civilizations, things like that?
I've never really thought about, like, other civilization as, like, other planets, like, living. No, I've never even thought about that, but I do know that there are planets. I just don't know if there's other entities living on those planets.
That might change your whole perspective of what you're talking about once you start going down that rabbit hole.
I don't think I want to go into a psychosis.
And it's cool. It's cool if you don't, right? It's cool if you don't. It's cool if you don't, right? Like, yeah, because I was in a rabbit hole for a long time. Like, you know, some of spiritual knowledge. Let me get a little vulnerable with you. All right. Hopefully you can hold space for my vulnerability. But some of the information that I went down or went on the path of seeking and buying into, didn't help me be a better person. It gave me information that made me feel either superior or inferior. For example, being melanated, right? When you start studying the composition of melanin, right? It's condensed sunlight. And you start looking at the history of our people, and you can crack open our skulls, you can get neuromelanin, the properties of neuromelanin, how it, absorbs sunlight, it absorbs radiation, turns it into pure energy, how we have this heightened connection with source, right? That can give you a superior complex. Sure did give me one for a little while. So it's possible to do it. But also now you start looking at other civilizations. You start looking at the Anunnaki. You start looking at the Pleiadians. You start looking at all of these different civilizations, and your mind is just expanded to all of these different things that are out there, these galactic wars, the different civilizations or the different beings that have helped Earth throughout our unfolding. And it can make you wonder, okay, where am I from? Yada, yada. So you start doing all this others, asking and trying to find these things. And it can still give you this perception of inferiority or superiority. I really had to ask myself the question after a while, like, is this actually leading me, is this beneficial for me to know that? Is it beneficial for me to walk around with this arrogance of thinking that I am superior from this other person just because of this characteristic about me? Just because I won the genetic lottery in this incarnation, right? Is that beneficial? So some of the information I was getting, it was just causing more separation from me and everyone else. Until I really came back to no. There's only one source. There's only one power, right? Even when you see certain spiritual teachers, leaders, whatever, and they are preaching like how these people are after him. This is going to happen to you. This is these people. And now they have this collective of 1,500 people all thinking that something's after them. And then it materializes in their life. And you're like, damn, y'all just collectively created this reality where you were talking about being suppressed and talking about being attacked and all this and talking about how they were going to come after you. And then boom, now it happens. So it's at what point do we realize like your story is extremely powerful? All right. So yeah. Anyways, let me get off the soapbox. That's what I was going to say is that if I'm going down a path and it's leading me to more separation, that I don't believe that's the right path for me.
Okay, so what you're saying, like how I am conceptualizing it, it reminded me of like the Egyptian pyramids and how they were built and language and the separation of the hierarchy.
Yeah.
We have no choice living in this world of hierarchy, and everybody is isolated into some degree of status and what you're born into and the color of your skin and all of these different things, right?
Right.
But one thing that I realized is that you're 100% right. It's the conceptions that we tell ourselves in our brain that it's all division.
Yeah.
And I like to make these like little rules for myself, and I think the other one I told you the other night was a rule that I made for myself is that I refuse to be selective on what I am open-minded to.
Yeah.
I want to be open-minded to everything and listen and be an observer. That doesn't mean I have to take it in, but being open-minded is everything, and being like, okay, I see that, I see it, but when you transmute that into a belief about your life and your limitations is when it goes completely chaotic.
Absolutely.
So nothing should be a limitation. It's all here.
Yeah.
You choose the lanes of life that you want to live. And so if you believe that you are not good enough because of the color of Trump, is that one thing that Trump has is he has amazing self-concept. He thinks he's amazing. And that's why he's in the position that he's in. And nobody can deny that. Like,
his self-concept is
nobody
A1.
is saying that he's a bad... I mean, literally, he could say, like, I'm great, I'm the best. and that is my speech. And everybody's like, all right, that's his speech, you know?
Yeah.
Cool. Amazing self-concept. I think that if we all had that to a certain degree, if we believed in every passion that we had was law, then everything is great. There's no limitation, right? So it's kind of like what you're saying is that, like, is this serving me? What I'm learning, what I'm being open-minded about, is it serving me?
Yeah.
If it's not serving me, then I don't need to go down that path.
Yeah.
Period.
Point blank, period. Absolutely. Agreed, man. Like, even what you said about that, like, because I'm not here to judge anybody on who you voted for. If you didn't vote, did vote, whatever, don't care. But
Right,
I will
it's not
say,
about that.
but I will say, if you think that your life is somehow better or worse because of somebody that's in office that you've never met, well, then you are giving your power away to somebody, right? And that's always been the message, is that you are the one that's giving your power away. At the end of the day, you think that. But now, if I wanted to go into physical reality, right, and when I wanted to make this a little physical reality sermon, I would say this. The world, the construct that we're in, right, the matrix, the society as it is today thrives off separation. Right, I did one discussion we had where we talked about the Willie Lynch letters, and then we also talked about the evolution of slavery. We talked about how slavery, or not the evolution of slavery, the evolution of the police, how they started as a slave patrol within slavery because we had indentured servants. Matter of fact, let me go on and break this down, all right? So however you think African Americans got here, if you think we came over on slave ships, if you believe we were already here, African Americans, melanated people, carbon beings, ether beings, whatever you want to call us, all right? However you think we came over here, around the 1400s, okay, there were two classes. There were slaves and indentured servants, all right? So these slaves, these indentured servants, the difference was that slaves could not work for their freedom. They were slaves. Indentured servants could work for their freedom, right? So when the Europeans came to, let's say, the Americas, right, they had these two types, these two classes, but these classes started sleeping together, having children. They became very difficult to understand who is who. So they implemented a structure. They said, okay, look, if you are a Negro or black, you are a slave. Anything else, you are an indentured servant. So they gave the indentured servants a job to keep them separated, right? All right. So we're already seeing how separation is created in this society on color, all right? But now I'm going to fast forward. I'm going to go through this story. You're going to see how it's not even about separation. Is not even about color. We're tricked right now to think it's about color, but really it's wealthy versus everybody else. It's the people at the very, very top. It's the people at the very, very top. And then there's everybody else down here. All right. So the indentured servants, they became the slave patrol. Their job was to terrorize the slaves. Okay, slaves run away. Their job is to catch the slaves, beat the slaves, torture the slaves, do whatever, instill the fear of God in them. If you ever read the Willie Lynch letters, very graphic, but it's basically how to break a Negro, how to break a slave, right? You want to keep the slave strong in his body, weak mentally. These things are still enforced today, just in different ways. It's always this psychological warfare, but they would do things like the first one, right? The strongest one. Get the strongest one, tar him and feather him. Okay? Now, tie all of his limbs to different horses. Have all them horses beat the shit out those horses. Have them all run different ways until they kill him, pull him apart, right? And now take the other slaves and beat them within an inch of their lives, right? Let them recover, but let them know who they are, right? Sexually abuse them in front of their women. Let their women know that they cannot do shit to protect you. This man cannot protect you. And now, take the women in front of them, right? Breaking your mind, right? We often hear things and it's like, oh, well, there were so many slaves and there were only this many masters. You're absolutely right, because the minds were broken. The first thing that you have to take is the mind, right? So you have this slave patrol that their job was to enforce this, okay? Now, fast forward, we had Juneteenth, we had the Civil War, all of this transpired, and what actually happened? Okay, the slaves were quote unquote free. But then what they instilled was they instilled these laws, okay? And these laws allowed you to do petty crimes and get put into what were called labor camps, right? Because what actually happened when slavery was freed, or slaves were freed, this was a big part of the economy, okay? This is a huge part of the economy, right? Slaves ain't working now, so what are we gonna do? We're gonna implement these labor camps and these laws so you can get locked up for petty crimes. Stealing a loaf of bread, you can do years in the labor camp, all right? And so now we're still getting the labor just off of everybody that's at the bottom now. So it switched. It went from just black to everybody, right? If you were poor, you get put in this labor camp, all right? Now what happened next is we had the Jim Crow laws, okay? And with the Jim Crow laws, we already know that there was separation in there, right? So they started putting all these people in positions of power. First of all, let me reiterate that the slave patrol was actually the first form of policing in America. First form of policing. Not trying to trigger you if you're in law enforcement. I apologize, all right? But we fast forward and the slave patrol became what? They became judges. They became police. They became all of these things in the Jim Crow era. One of the other things that happened is we had the war on drugs. War on drugs came after the Jim Crow era, where basically, I want to say like before the war on drugs, it was a high percentage of African Americans that were actually working in factories. It's been a while since I did this research. I actually gave this speech at a protest back in the day. Back in my activist days, I gave this speech, right? It's probably still on my Instagram, way far down. But most of black people were living in, were doing factory work. So then a lot of those factory jobs disappeared. One of the interesting things about the war on drugs is two things happened. Number one is we had the 3 strike and you're out rule, right? So you take away these factory jobs, you say, okay, y'all can't work anymore. And then you flood these neighborhoods with drugs and you say 3 strikes you out. So even if you're selling drugs like marijuana, you get 3 marijuana charges, you're locked up for life now, right? The other side of this is what? What other thing was happening during this time? People were starting to do psychedelics. Mushrooms, LSD was starting to get popular, right? And what were these people saying? If you look at movies, you look at the media, they will paint hippies as crazy folks. But really, they were just saying, make love, not war. This wasn't crazy at all. They were starting to experiment with psychedelics, and they were starting to get into the union of everybody, right? There's only one. There's only oneness. There's only unity, right? So they were coming into this consciousness. So we had the war on drugs at this perfect time where we had all these people saying, we're not going to war. Those are our people. There's only one. Why are we fighting the war for all these people in power? And all the people in power were like, hell nah. Get them off of the streets. Get these psychedelics out of here. These people are waking up. They're getting conscious. Hell nah. And then on the other hand, you had all these black people getting locked up. And now what happens with the 3 strikes law is they go into prison. And I think prison, you can end up getting paid low wage, like 2 cents an hour to work for these big corporations. So really, we went from the slave plantations to the what? To the labor camps, to the what? To the prison system. It's all just part of the economy. All of this is just an evolution of economics. That's all. But instead of slavery just being black people working, it's everybody. Prison ain't limited to black people. See, the world will trick you to think it's black and white. It's not black versus white. It's everybody that don't have money against a few people at the very top that got a lot of money. That's what it is. It is not black versus white. That's the illusion. Is that if you're fighting your brother just because he's a different color, you take your eyes off of the real problem. The real problem is you are oppressed in this thing called the American dream. Working until you're 70 years old and retiring poor as shit. Social Security is going down. All these things are going down. You don't even have retirement funds anymore. And we're sitting here talking about black versus white. It's ridiculous, right? It is ridiculous. So if you really think about how, the country has evolved over time and how we've gotten here is very interesting. I talk so long And my goddess jumped off. She just disconnected from me. Oh, never mind. She requested again. Hey Jordan. Hey goddess.
My life, like my Wi-Fi, disconnect.
Oh, no problem. I thought you just were like, ooh, this motherfucker talking too goddamn much. Let me get up out of here.
No, my Wi-Fi is kind of. I just moved and I have a Wi-Fi that's a little whack, but I 100% agree with all of it. It's literally not about race. It's not about color. It's definitely only about the 2% of billionaires that run our country. And like I said, like, here's the thing about it. I don't like politics, but it's something that I truly feel like you have to be aware of. This is what I think about it. Anything that gets your attention, it's attention versus intention. Is that your attention needs to be focused on yourself, and everything that's propaganda, that's politics, that's like being like, oh, this is the problem, this is the problem.
Oh, yeah.
It's not that you shouldn't fight for it. It's more for the fact of like, is it taking away from you working on yourself and getting yourself back to your voice so that you can make money that you need to make, and you can do the thing that you need to do to have a nice life, to enjoy your life. Because I truly believe the reason why we're here, the reason why we're on this planet is to enjoy our lives. We're not here to suffer. We're not here to strain. We're not here to beg and plead to enjoy our lives. We're literally here to enjoy our lives, and everything else is a distraction.
Let me
And
ask
so
you a
that's
question
why
about that.
I try not.
Let me ask you a question about that. At what limit, or is there a boundary to that enjoyment? Because why I ask you that is because I have had conversations with people, and they're like, well, you know, people frown on this is what I want to do, but people frown on that, right? It might be, it might be sexual. It might be just a sexual thing. Like, I want to have a lot of people to have sex with. Do you think that there are boundaries or limits to the quote unquote enjoyment of life? I just want to know your perspective.
When it comes to sex and it comes to feeding the human body, one thing that I am very aware of is that as humans, there's nothing that we do once. Everything that we do is very ritualistic. We have to eat, we have to bathe, we have to brush our teeth, we have to have sex. It's not once, right? And it's because that's the human experience, right? So, but I think where I'm at is at a crossroads. Like, how much enjoyment are we experiencing for the body, and how much are we experiencing for the soul and the spirit? And I think that, like, the more you're connected to the soul, the more you're connected to the spirit, the less you need humanistically.
Really?
And that is the disconnection that literally what we're talking about is money, politics, and power tries to take from you. Is that keep the diversion over here, like get more money, buy the Bentley, get all the women, get all the men, whatever your fantasy is. But if you're not feeding your soul and your spirit, you're always going to be looking for the humanistic part of yourself to feel that way. So I truly believe it's about balance. Like, everyone's to indulge, sexually.
Say what? What was the last part you said? If you truly believe in balance.
Can we? Now I wonder, like, can you say sex on TikTok? I was wondering.
Yeah. You can. I think so. I don't know. Maybe not. Who knows? We'll find out if you say it.
Yeah, I think I look at it as the same thing as eating. To me, that's how I look at, like, sexual activity and being attracted to the opposite sex or whatever your preference is I look at it as like eating food and drinking coffee. I don't really see it as anything else. We do it every day. We have to eat every day.
Yeah.
So I don't give it that much, like, power.
I see.
Did I answer your question?
Yeah, you did. When you get more in tune with the spirit, with the soul, with the true self, then it does add a little bit of more balance to how you view everything. So that's a good
Yeah.
question. So let's ask that question. The question says, if we are one, how can you ignore your people's suffering?
You want to go first?
Sure, I'll go first. What I would say is ignore. Okay, so sometimes I will hear this question, and it to me it sounds like there's this great plan to end suffering in the world. And if that's the case, then I want to know what it is, right? I mean, we say it as if our focusing on the suffering will somehow eliminate it, but it just adds to your own suffering. It goes back to the whole point of, if a tree falls in the middle of nowhere, does it make a sound if nobody's around, right? No, it doesn't. The tree doesn't exist, right? Now we can say, no, these people do exist because you can see them on the news and all of these things. Well, sure, you can, but what is the point of us focusing on our suffering? Is the point that we don't go through the same cycles, that we are in ourselves liberating all these people? Or are we just doing it because it's just something negative for us to think about, and we feel some sense of righteousness or goodwill just by sitting around and thinking about other people's suffering? I'll say, how would that help me? How does me focusing on other people's suffering help me to provide for my family? Help me to take care of my mother, help me to take care of my children? How? How does that help? Right? To an extent, yes, if I understand what has went wrong, I can avoid those mistakes in my life. But at this point, in this point of all of y'all's reality, do you believe that your mission is to end the world's suffering? And if that is your mission, how is that going? Suffering is going to sound triggering. This is going to be triggering, actually. Suffering is a choice. Suffering is a choice. We all have free will. And from whatever situation that you are in, you can choose a different reality. When we start to think that we can save other people, whether it's just you thinking that you can save your homegirl or your homeboy from dating the wrong person, or you can save somebody across the world, what you are saying is that they don't have the sovereign mind to get out of whatever situation. Ain't nobody say be ignorant. What I'm saying is that if you sit there with your homegirl or your homeboy that is dating that same person that keeps going down the wrong path, and you're sitting there crying, saying, please stop. Please stop. Please don't do that anymore. Who is suffering? Is it you or that other person? How do we know what that other person has to go through?
To me, like, I literally just got a download.
Go ahead.
Yeah, to go off of what you're saying, is that this is going to be very basic, but I think it's going to make sense. So it's literally the same concept of what you always hear about, airplane, if the gas comes down to literally, I have to say this first, right? The whole thing in the world is they want to put us
Yeah, I can't understand.
They want to separate us, and so we have so much more to suffer as a group. The egregore, clearly.
I can't understand you.
One of the Hermetic laws. I don't know which one it is, but
I couldn't understand you. It was like you were choppy. You were so choppy.
Can you hear me now? Or
I think so.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I was saying that I feel like it's the basics of like the Hermetic principles of the egregore that we're split up into groups.
Mm-hmm.
Intentionally. We have to save ourselves. And the reason why we are put in groups is because it takes the attention off of us individually being aware.
Yeah.
So to your point of it is, the only way we're going to get the world is if we save ourselves.
Exactly.
Do that because our mission is to, right?
100%. We can't save anybody else without saving ourselves. The more that I awaken myself, the more that I awaken the people around me, because I begin to see them as perfect. Remember, we cannot, like, even if I say, like, some people are like, oh, if you can create anything, create world peace. We still live in a collective consciousness. We have a collective consciousness. It takes much more than one person to create world peace, but I can create peace in my world by focusing on the information that comes to me. All right? Here's another question for y'all. All right? Might be a little triggering as well. And I'm not pro-war by any means. Okay? I'm just saying these things to open y'all's mind, to push your mind a little bit. Okay? To poke y'all a little bit. If you are not aware of what's going on the news, which the news is just a narrative. You don't know if that shit is real or not. Right? You're just getting worked up by a narrative. You turn on 3 different stations that tell you the exact same story from a different perspective. It's just narrative, right? So you turn on and you see people getting unalived, right? If you did not watch it, did it happen? If your consciousness is not on it, did it happen? If your consciousness is not on it, did it happen? Because remember, we will see. We will say if a tree fell in the middle of nowhere, nothing happened. That's what we'll say. We'll say if a tree fell in the middle of nowhere, if no consciousness was on it, nothing happened. It didn't exist. If your consciousness is not on somebody getting done wrong across the world, that you don't even know if it's real or not, you just saw an image on a TV screen with people that you believe that you can trust because they talk in a smart voice. They say today on the news, we see an image from here and this person lost their life. If your consciousness is not on it, did it happen? Does it exist? Now I want somebody to answer this.
This is what I think about. Like in the chat.
Yeah, or you. How does it exist if your consciousness is not on it? How does it exist? You're the only person in your reality. What do you mean you're not the only one alive? Of course you're not the only one alive, but you're the only person in your reality. You're the only person telling the story about your reality. You can only control you, your perspective, your focus, your story. You can only control you. It's just a question to get y'all to think, right? We will say it. We will say, if a tree falls in the middle of nowhere, did it make a sound? We'll say, no, it didn't make a sound because no consciousness was there. My consciousness was not there to perceive it. Who is the one that is being damaged by putting your mind on all of these things out there on the news that you don't even know are true or not? Here's the thing. You don't even know if they're true. You are just hearing a story from all these things on the news. You don't know what's out there. Does the place exist if you've never been there? It's like the video game theory, right? You ever played a video game and you can beat levels and then the game expands. You go to new places. New places just appear. But there's certain places in the video game that you can't get out of, right? You can go to the edge, but you can't get out of that. But if you go a little bit further, if you unlock the next level, then you can go over there and the world expands. It's the same way your reality is. It doesn't exist if you are not there. If your consciousness is not there, it does not exist. If your SP is not with you, do they exist? If they're not around you, do they exist? Or do you just have an assumption or an expectation of what they're doing? And then when they come back around you, the blanks are filled in via your assumption. What is it that is happening right there? I'll stop. I'll get back on topic. My bad.
No, I actually love the question.
Because I mean, it just comes back to giving your power away, right? Like we act as if we can save the world. You can save your world, you can save the people around you, but it's going to take a collective. It takes the collective to shift to move the collective. So what are you doing by focusing on all of these things? Is your consciousness, all right? If it does not exist without your consciousness, is your consciousness helping or hurting the situation? These are just questions to get you to think. They're not questions to say is right or wrong. These are questions to get you to think about it. What is your consciousness truly doing? Now, let's say that all of a sudden you feel the suffering of someone else, or you perceive it, that this person is suffering. Now, all of a sudden you are suffering, and all of a sudden you start taking that out on the people in your life. Now what? Now, is that better or worse for your reality? How? Like, how does that help you? Well, I have kids, so if I don't see my kids, they don't exist. It's not that they don't exist. It's okay. You have children, right? Anybody that you're around, right? Let's say that today I go and see my brother. I go see my sister. I go see my parents. I go see my SP. I go see whatever the case may be, right? When I'm in their presence, right? We are interacting. Now, when I leave their house, what actually happens? Do they exist? Do they go on about their business? Or when I meet up with them, again, via phone, via text, via they come over to my crib, is it my assumption that fills in the blank? And now they tell me a story of what they were doing based on my assumption. Which one is it, right? Because there's infinite versions of them. If you could, this is how I want to challenge y'all, right? If you could see reality as it truly is, if you could really see reality, what you would see is this. You would look out and you would go to your mom's house. And there will be one primary version of your mom based on your expectation of her. Then there will be infinite different ones. There will be a version of her on the couch, a version of her still asleep, a version of her that wasn't home yet, a version of her that's out cheating on your dad, a version of her that is at your dad's job, loving him, faithful, a version of her cooking, a version of her cleaning. There will be infinite versions of her. Which version materializes in your reality? It is based on your expectations, your assumptions. Your expectations, your assumptions. So when you perceive that all of these people are suffering, guess what you're doing? You're calling forth more versions of them that are suffering. This is what I'm saying. Is that the blanks are simply filled in on your expectations. How do you think that y'all manifest SPs? You're not changing that version of them. That version of them that you had that you don't want anymore is gone. It's stuck. You're choosing a different version of them. There's infinite versions. There's infinite versions of them that cheat on you, treat you like shit, that will spit on your face. There's infinite versions of them that love you, respect you, worship you. There's infinite versions of everyone. This is the point. There's infinite versions of everyone. Nothing is solid. This is what we call the double slit experiment. Remember the double slit experiment. Everything exists as infinite potential until consciousness is on it. So when we say this is a tree, when it falls in the middle of the forest, make a sound, if no consciousness is around it, no, it doesn't, because it exists as infinite potential. So that SP that you want exists as infinite potential, meaning they're anybody that you want, based on your expectations and your assumptions. So if you're not around them, you turn your back on them, your consciousness, my bad, y'all. Your consciousness is not on them. They exist as infinite potential. In the next moment that you come back to them based on your expectations and your assumptions, they collapse back into reality, into one of these versions of them. Right? So everybody is infinite. So I will ask again, what benefit does it do you to sit there and focus on other people's suffering? What benefit does it do them? Are you just creating more suffering for them.
Yeah. I love the comments. Did you read some of the comments?
Sometimes, some of them. My bad. Sometimes when I start talking, I get in the flow, and let's read them. Yeah, I love that one. So I have 6 siblings. We all have different experiences. Go ahead. So that's a beautiful comment. I have 6 siblings. We all have different experiences. Have you ever thought about that? No 2 siblings will ever have the same experience with their parents. Ever. You all get different versions of the same parents. And all parents get different versions of their children. You all get different versions of all of them. Isn't that incredible? You all live in different realities. How is that possible? Why is that? It's based on all kinds of things. Primarily, well, it's really based on your assumptions. It's based on your assumptions. You have the exact same parents, but you have different experiences with all of them. How? Because you all live in different realities, even if you are in the exact same place. 8 billion people are living in 8 billion different realities. Beautiful.
I think, like, the thing that I would say is why that's so true is that my parents divorced when I was 14 and my sister was almost 16, and we both have very different stories of the process of the divorce, and we both lived in the same households. I 100% say that that's true. It's based on the sensitivity of the child and the level of awareness of the child. It's a different experience of what is literally happening. You see it so different based off of your personality and your own wiring.
Yeah. And even when you break that down, like if you condense everything that you said, it's just it's your story, right? You condense into your story. You see everything different based on the story that you're telling, which includes what? Your perception, your awareness, how you feel about them. All these things condense to be just the story that you're telling about the situation. And they're all absolutely valid. It's like the example I always give, right? If 3 men approach the same woman at the club, right? So like you out at the club, right? And 3 men walk up to you. You might absolutely want one of them. The other 2, not so much, right? They get 3 different versions of you. So if all of them were polled at the end of the day, somebody on the street interviewed them, how did tonight go? And they all talked about you, they would all give 3 different versions of you. Which one is the truth? Well, it's 3 different versions of you. They all pooled a different version of you based on their expectations, their assumptions, your expectations, your assumptions, and your reality. All of these things intermingled. Okay, let me not confuse y'all. Let me say it like this. Based on the primary point of consciousness. So from your perspective, or from their perspective, each one of them pulled a different version of you because each of them are on the center point of their reality. So if each of them were interviewed, they would all talk about you in a different way. Which one is true? All of them. But they experienced different versions of you.
So I would like to say about that, about the collective consciousness, I'm just going to add to this conversation. I believe the main focus of that is to keep us disconnected from ourselves and to keep us looking at the negativity so that we don't help ourselves. Because it is very true. Everything that's going on in the world, all of the issues, all the problems, I mean, it's endless. It's the war, it's the economy. It's like, we don't have enough food. We can't. There's no water. There's a war. There's this. Basically, it's true. Single-handedly, none of us can do anything about that. None of us.
Yeah.
But the point of them telling us about it and it being on the news is so that we don't attention in ourselves and keeping our sanity, it's just creating more chaos around the situation. And that's why we need to know about everything that's going around in the world, is because we're not pouring into ourselves and making ourselves better versions of ourselves to actually make the world a better place.
Exactly.
So, like, I truly do believe that is the reason why, we have so much information. Like, in our world right now, I think we all can agree that we have the most information than any other lifetime. We have endless information. Like, just look at like ChatGPT. We have like social media, like YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, or whatever it's called now, X or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's information overload. And it's so distracting to the point where it's like, when do we put that vision into ourselves and making ourselves better people, that we can show up better than what we have for the people in our lives, for our loved ones.
Yeah.
And so, like, that to me is a real question, is that when do we say, okay, we don't need any more information? What we need is to individually and collectively heal and become more self-aware of this so that we can show up better in the world.
Yeah.
So that's my question.
Yeah, that's a choice for everybody, right? That is that's an individual choice, and when enough individuals make that choice, then we will be there, right? But that's why it is, the more that you stand in your truth and you choose to see everything as love and you come back to love, the more that you influence the people around you. And the more people that are influenced by you, the more people they influence, right? So it becomes this trickle down effect. You help one person, they help another person. The other beautiful thing about this is that you can't drag anybody into that choice, right? You simply can shine your light. If somebody chooses to take your light and shine theirs as well, that's on them. If they choose to reject it, that's on them as well. So it simply comes down to when enough people make the choice, then cool, everything shifts. However, I don't need everybody to make the choice to have peace in my life and peace in my reality. I just have to make the choice to only choose to see peace in my reality, peace in my life. And I do that by not giving my power to anybody else, right? You're not on a mission to convert anybody. You have to, there are things that we all believe right now that 5 years ago, 10 years ago, somebody would have came to us and said, you are God. You would have looked at them like, the fuck are you talking about? Are you trying to sell me something? Right? So, but now we believe certain things like that. We grew and we made the choice when it was our time. Other people will do the same. So waiting around and waiting for everybody to make that choice, I mean, you're going to drive yourself crazy before that happens. You just do the best that you can in your life, with your life, and that is enough because you are already absolutely perfect. Now, even when it comes to that choice, think about all the things that are opposing it in the world, right? We talk about, them showing you wars and things like that, but it's beyond that, right? Think about how many different religions are sitting around debating each other on which one is the highest truth. Think about just how many people sit around and debate the Bible all day, the one Bible, right? How many different arguments are there for it? So there's division everywhere. We have the illusion of choice, even in politics, Democrat or Republican, right? The illusion of choice. Everything is this illusion that keeps you separate. If you're always focused on politics, which is just a reality TV show that runs yearly, and every 4 years you get an election, it's just drama. It's all drama. You turn on 3 different news stations, they're giving you the same report from a different narrative. It's all drama. So you look at that, then you look at the music, then you look at the media as a whole, you look at TV shows, you look at religion, you look at the wars, you look at all of these things, and you are constantly forced and pushed to look outside of yourself all day long. Focus on this, focus on that, focus on this, focus on that. Even the job, you're sitting there, you're thinking about quarterly planning, you're thinking about yearly reviews, you're thinking about weekly status reports, you're thinking about the company goals and objectives. When are you thinking about yourself? So everything is designed to keep you facing outward. And like even the concept of God is externalized as this God in the sky. It's always trying to keep you looking outward, because the moment that you look inward, you realize you are everything that you desire.
Yeah, I'm still keeping you up. I agree 100% in all restriction, but you still had a question. Do you believe that the 3D are only seeing 0.3% of reality? But I think it's, I'm sure you know this, but I think it's 0.033%.
Yeah, it's 0.0001%.
I think there's another zero in front of that.
Yeah, it's 0.0001%.
Okay.
At the very least, right? So it's a very small fraction. Which basically, if you really think about that in spiritual terms, what that means, that 0.0001%, okay, what that is there are infinite perspectives. The same way that we looked at the double slit experiment and said everything is just infinite potential until consciousness is placed on it, and then it collapses into whatever the probability is, right? Well, that's what that 0.0001% is that you only see one perspective of the wholeness. That's why I always constantly say that everything is God, right? The same reality that you are looking at right now, when you change your perspective on it, you say, I am prosperity. The same substance that is flowing in this reality right now will then rearrange to become a different 0.0001%, which will be the reality that you want. Your bank account will give you the different 0.0001% to reflect the money that you want. That SP will reflect the different 0.0001%. So within you, there are infinite versions of you. But the reality that is right now made up, the perspective that you are making up, the perspective that you're choosing to take that impacts the world is only showing you 0.0001% of the world. The rest of it is energy and empty space. So reality is always rearranging and collapsing through you to show you your perspective, right? So the 99.9999%, that is the infinite potential that is you. So this is just science's way of trying to explain the infinite. That's all. Science's way of trying to explain the infinite. I love y'all, by the way. Do y'all know that I love y'all? I truly do. And I appreciate y'all. I appreciate the discussions, the questions, all of that. That's how we grow together. Oh, let me not show y'all my knees. Let me not show y'all these knees, man. Yes. So empty space to allow for infinite potential. Don't even think of it as empty space, though. Just think of it as the empty potential. The empty potential. Or in the infinite potential. It's at the empty potential. Think of it as the infinite potential. You can only see perfection because you are perfection. You can only see perfection because that is what you are. Yeah, basically. Yeah. The void, the Akashic principle. Because think about it, we say the same thing or say different things to explain the same things. What are the Akashic records? Well, some people call it the quantum field. See, it's the same thing, right? Even in scripture, it says the kingdom of God, the kingdom of heaven is within you. Same thing. It's all the same thing, the void, right? All that there is, the Akashic records, the quantum field. All of these things are saying the exact same thing, just different perspectives, right? The Holy Spirit, the Kundalini, the eternal flame. What are all these? They're the same thing. They're the same thing. Your life force, energy, all of this, your sexual energy, the creative energy, all of this. These are the exact same things. We just say them from different perspectives. But at the core, we're all looking at the same thing. We're all searching for the same thing. Okay. And we've been on here for a while, y'all. It's already 12:15 here. 12:15 Central. What else y'all want to talk about? Said somebody dropped me. Somebody dropped me, but it's cool. I'm a man of forgiveness. I'm a man of forgiveness and love. Okay. I don't know if I should let you back, right? And you take somebody back 3 times, people start saying, Alex, you need to know your worth, King. Know your worth, King. Don't take them back again. I don't know. I don't know if I should, but I will because I'm a forgiving brother.
You need to know your worth, King. I'm playing you.
I swear, I need to know my worth. Stand up for yourself.
It's the fire sign. That's what it is. Scorpio, Sagittarius.
It must be. It must be. It's a connection, y'all. Y'all might be seeing something brew right in front of y'all's eyes.
Right?
I might have a new SP.
Don't jinx us.
I don't believe in jinxes, so we're good.
Well, I don't believe in SPs, so we're good.
Oh, we're even better. Okay. Well, I do, so it doesn't matter because it's my reality. It's whatever I say it is anyway.
It's okay. My Wi-Fi is so whack that we can't even connect.
All these limiting beliefs. Don't worry, I'm gonna change that. I'm gonna change.
Oh my god.
No, I just playing with you.
Like Jordan, look what Jordan did. Like I do love.
See, y'all. See. Let me tell y'all what actually just happened right there. Okay, she was about to lie. And because I'm so protected, you hear what I'm saying? Because I'm so protected, and she was about to lie, she got snatched off the live. You see that? You see how I'm divinely protected? So don't y'all come up here trying to lie. Don't y'all come up here trying to do that shit. Trying to act all cool and calm and collected. You know what I'm saying? Girl, yeah. Hey. I'm not even going to get into it too much. Look at Jordan, Miss Instigator over here. We got Miss Instigator. Instigator number 1 is Jordan. You have won the title. Woo! Jordan, Instigator number 1. All right. Somebody said, know your girth, King. You right. I'm about to know mine. I know mine. I know that too, right? You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. I forgive you. I'm a brother of forgiveness.
I'm trying to manifest better Wi-Fi.
You got to stop telling that same story that your Wi-Fi is shitty. I already said your Wi-Fi is fine, and you said 3 times. You doubled down on it. On my Wi-Fi is whack. You even went in the comments and said it.
I know.
It's all good.
All right, so I want to go back a little bit more about what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Because remember how you told me, like, if you go down this path of looking up different realities and, like, different planets, like, what exactly were you talking about? Like, are there other, like, entities living on other planets? I need to know.
Yeah, there are. But, I mean, space also, I mean, everything is within you anyway, right? Is there actually a planet out there? Are we even on planet Earth? Or are we just on a rock that you have conceived in your mind? What are we actually on? Are you just in a void? Does the Earth just exist in your consciousness? So I can say yes. There are other entities out there. There's other entities on this planet that are helping us right now, that coexist with us. Some that are deeply protected and are out of your awareness, or they're not in places where you could find. They might be in the ocean. You know, the ocean, we only have seen, how much of the ocean have we actually explored, y'all? So there's certain parts of the ocean that people are in, There's also I just found this so when my grandmother passed, right? I just found this in loving memory.
Oh my god.
That's why I had stopped, because I didn't realize it was sitting inside of this book. I just opened it and it was here. So, anyways, so I got distracted for a little bit. But yes, there are absolutely other entities. There's multiple, several, a lot. A lot.
Yeah, but you said they're like helping us, but we're unaware that they're helping us. So,
Well, not
would you describe them as angels? Would you describe them as spirits? Are they in bodies? Like, what are these entities?
That's such a great question, and that's going to lead you down a rabbit hole. So yes and no. It depends on how you view angels, right? So even in scripture, it talks about the fallen angels. You can call them the Nephilim, right? What were they known for? Even in certain texts, right? That the Garden of Eden is actually a story about the Anunnaki, right? Or the Nunnakai, the Anunnaki, whatever you want to pronounce them as. And Enki and Enlil being these two kind of quote unquote angelic beings of the Anunnaki that were doing experiments here because they wanted to create a breed of people that would help them do their work, right? Which is mine materials for them. And Adam and Eve was the story of Adam and Eve rising in consciousness to realize that they were actually embedded with this creator gene, with this gene which, if awakened, would allow them to surpass the consciousness of the Anunnaki, which is us. So there's lots of different perspectives that you can go down. So yeah, you can call them quote unquote fallen angels or angels. At a certain point of human history, it is said that we did look up to these beings because they were much larger, like the Anunnaki, right? They were bigger beings, so we looked at them as gods. If you ever study like Egyptian cave drawings, what you'll see is there are certain people that they draw as way bigger than everybody else. Why is this? Sometimes they're sitting on thrones. Other times they're wearing like these helmets. They might be like a bird helmet. It said in certain places that those helmets were actually used for them to travel through space, but also that some of these beings were shapeshifters, so they could take on the shape of different things, right? So it'll send you down a rabbit hole. Go ahead and look. Don't take my word for any of this.
Wait, I love that so much because I do believe, like, I think somebody did comment earlier about what percentage of what we're seeing with like eyesight versus mind sight, right? Like, mind sight is what we like see humanistically vision, and then wait, did I say it backwards? Like, eyesight is what we see as humans, but mind sight is the unseen world. And I wonder, it's like when certain things just happen at the perfect time and things just come at the perfect time, it's so unexplainable. And I think I'm like making that correlation, is that are those the entities that you're talking about, like things just showing up at the exact perfect time, what you like need, or no?
No, that's you, girl. Don't give your power up to. I mean, this is just these beings, right? You sure they exist, but do they, right? So there's always a but. Do they? Your power belongs only to you, right? It's not because there's aliens walking through, right, and helping you, right? Don't give your power away like that. It's all you. These things happen because you are source. You are the divine. The same, like, no matter what you see, no matter if a being shows up that is 12 feet tall, that being still has the same life force as you. You are still just as much God as it is. It doesn't have any superiority over you in the spiritual realm, right? You are still source. You are still all that there is, right? So sometimes even that, like, sometimes that's even the trap, right? Thinking that some being is closer to God than you. No, God is within you. Nobody's closer to God than you.
Yeah, like I have a really like eerie story of like about something that happened to me, and it's like the conversation earlier was like trusting your intuition, and what is your intuition? Is that just another story? Like everything is leading you down the perfect path, even if it doesn't work out. But
yeah,
I was in my 20s, early 20s, and I was leaving a club, And there was this guy that was like trying to get to know me. He seemed like nice enough, like he was a nice enough guy, whatever. And we were all going to the breakfast spot, like the 24-hour kind of diner spot after the club. And he's like, yeah, just ride with me, you know, and like bring your girl, like ride with me. And I don't know, in that second, like I was like, yeah, I'm gonna just like ride with this guy, like whatever. Or I was pretty drunk, by the way.
Yeah.
And something inside of me was like, no, like it was law, like do not get in this car. And I would say like I have gotten in the car with people that I have not known very well in my past.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, it's cool. Like I'm just gonna go with my girlfriends because I felt like no, like don't go. And like literally like 4 or 5 minutes later,
He got in a wreck.
he got in a car crash like around the corner from the club, and him and his friend died on the spot in this car crash. And if I would have gotten in that car, I probably would have been also dead.
Mm-hmm.
And
Or-
I just, that sticks with me like my whole life. Like ever since that happened, I'm like, was it something else outside of me being like, do not get in the car with this person because you're gonna die? Like, why was I so profound on like saying no to that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think of that, like when we make these bigger decisions, like where is it coming from? Like what is that, where is that intuition, that voice coming from?
But it's not coming from outside of you. It's coming from within you. It's still coming from. So I would even ask a more challenging question. Okay, I would say, okay, you're supposed to be here because that happened. Now, let me ask you this question: could you getting in that car have saved their life? Because you were meant to survive.
I never even thought of that.
Or if you had got in, would you have survived anyway, even if they had passed away?
Wow. I never even thought of that. I just thought like everybody that was in that car died. So I was like, I probably would have been dead too.
Yeah, I'm just asking the question, right? Because that's what I am. I'm a question guy. But it's why I think about it like that is yeah, we do have intuition. Yeah, we have those voices, and who knows what that voice was? Sure, I believe it was absolutely intuition, but I also believe that nothing that God starts can be stopped. No door that is opened by God can be closed by anyone, right? So until it is my time, I am absolutely immortal, right? I cannot be removed until it is quote unquote my time, right? I guess whatever you want to interpret that or anyone wants to interpret that to mean. So if I have a promise that I am walking towards, is it even possible? Right? That's why I always tell you, everything is perfect. It's all unfolding perfectly. Everything is perfectly leading me to my desires. So this is just a question to get y'all to think a little bit.
So I will tell you what I think.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure that you're going to tell me something. I'm not going to say what it is, but I believe that our intuition, our own, everybody has a different life path. Obviously, we all have our own story, like why we're here, what we're supposed to write and live out. I truly believe that our intuition, if we stay connected to it and really like trust ourselves, is our cheat code, our own intuitive cheat code to our life's path. And I've always been very empathic, and I've always been able to read people, and people just tell me things and they like open up to me and they tell me their whole life story. And it's almost like they want me to give them this answer. And I'm like, I don't like, because remember I told you earlier, like, I bartended for 22 years. And obviously, like, being behind the bar, like, people tell you things like, I think I'm going to file for divorce. I think my wife is cheating on me. I think my husband's cheating on me. Like, all these different things. Like, what should I do? What should I say? Should I leave? Should I go? And I believe that we all have that power if we tap into it. And that is the whole conversation of, like, all the distractions of the world, to be like, pay attention to this, pay attention to everything else that's going wrong in the world, so that you don't pay attention to your life to make the whole globe a better place, to make everybody have a better experience, right?
Yeah.
Because if everybody did, the world would be literally half as mad as it is if we all paid attention to our lives.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, that's my question. If it's like, you say it's a story that we tell ourselves,
Yeah.
but maybe it's not. Maybe it is the cheat code to our own path of what we're supposed to be doing here.
Perhaps. And if it is, then what happens to all the decisions that you make without your intuition? Where do they lead you?
I believe there is no timeline. It is cyclical. You start the level of the game of life over again. Not that you've missed any time, but you just gotta start the game over because you still haven't learned how to trust yourself. You still haven't learned how to listen to your inner guidance and say, like, no, this is the way.
Well,
this is how you trust yourself.
Okay, so, all right. So, how do you cross that threshold? Does that mean that in every decision that I make, I have to use my inner guidance? Because even me stopping and asking a question like that, was that with or without my inner guidance? And because I asked that question without it, then I have to start over? What is the threshold? At what point, oh, my bad. At what point is it enough of listening to this intuition? Do you get where I'm getting at? Because where I'm leading is how, like,
I will say this. The only thing I can add to you this is the story of my dad. I'm getting really vulnerable right now, so please forgive me. But I always saw my dad as this, like, extremely smart, creative person.
okay.
And this is so hard. Okay, my dad is homeless. And he's 73, and he will not get help from any of us. We've all, like, offered to get him an apartment. We're all like, we'll all pay your rent. Like, we'll get you a studio. We'll do all these things for you. And he's so far gone. He's so disconnected from his heart center that he would rather live in his car than get the help of his family and have the support, right? And I think that over time in your life, this life that you have, is that if you continue to neglect yourself and close off your heart, which is interconnected to your intuition, then you will not live out your full life potential. And that all coincides with what we're talking about, is that everything is a distraction. You are source. You have all the power. If you believe for long enough that you don't, and that you don't lock into your power, you will not live your true potential. You will live a life of lack.
Yeah.
That is your choice, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's my answer.
All right. So if you make the choice that, boom, right now, this is what I choose. I choose this life of freedom or this life of prosperity. Now, from that moment in time, are you saying that when I choose that, I can do right and wrong to get down that path? Like, let's say that I stay in the end, but I'm just kind of flowing through life. I don't give a damn about my intuition. I just make the decision right now. Everything that I do, every step that I take is absolutely perfect. Now what happens if I don't necessarily listen to my intuition? I'm just kind of going through life. Maybe I don't listen to it for a bunch of reasons. Maybe it's because I just don't give a damn. Maybe it's because who knows? Who knows why? I'm just not listening to that internal guidance system.
Yeah. I believe that belief trumps intuition.
Okay, gotcha. Makes sense. Okay, makes sense.
Like, who you believe you are will still get you to the destination because you have that core belief and the world reflects that.
Yeah, okay. Beautiful, girl. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah. Okay, that's what I was getting to. Is that I believe your conviction trumps everything. Who you are,
Yes.
like the law of I am, right? I am, and whatever I say I am, that trumps everything. It overrides every single thing, and it takes you to wherever you need to be.
Yeah, I'm interested to know what the chat thinks. Like, what do people think about that? Like, does your self-belief trump intuition, or is your intuition the guidance that's going to get you where you're supposed to go? Because I wonder that.
Let's do a poll. Can I do a poll? Quick poll. All right. Clearly state your question and what the default options are. Oh, never mind. I didn't even get to, I didn't even get to change the question on it. Can you talk about creating content for social media? For sure. That's so fire. You see that? I can just make a poll but I didn't know how to change the question. Let me see if I can do it again. I'm gonna put my face so close to the camera. Y'all can see it in this poll. How come you can't change the question on this? Oh, customize the question. Oh, here we go. I got it. My bad. All right. Duration 1 minute. How to vote. Okay, it still didn't let me choose the question. Never mind.
Wait, Jordan said happy face is belief, crying face is intuition. Which I totally agree on, because sometimes when you have to follow your intuition, like, example, like you may think somebody's really hot, right? And you're like, dude, I really want to get to know this person, but your intuition is like, do not get to know that person. That person's going to ruin your life. And you're like, but I kind of want to get to know this person.
Yeah, I'm not listening to my intuition in that sense. Please ruin it. I'm all right. I'll be fine. I'm strong enough.
Yeah, that's definitely Scorpio.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm not the type that's gonna. I'm not running away from a little hurt, a little pain, a little heartbreak. Is it gonna be fun though? If it's fun, I'm cool with it.
Oh my God.
Intuition or belief? Do it for the plot. Exactly. For a long time, I didn't even really have a type when it came to women. I just liked women that liked me. I still like that, but I don't really sit around and think, oh, I shouldn't talk to her. I'm pretty open. Like, if she likes me, I like her. That's enough reason for me to at least explore. A lot of the women, though, even nowadays that I try to talk to, we end up just being friends. I think in this stage of my life, I end up being a counselor type person to a lot of women. I'm just the open book. We might have fun time to time, but they're like, okay, well, let me know what you think about this guy. I'm like, I don't know. What do you think about him?
Wait, when you say like you didn't really have a type, like that's crazy to me. Like you have a type. That's crazy. I've never heard anybody say like, if they like me, I like them. That was so not true. I'm sorry, I'm gonna call you out on that.
You
That's
think
not
so?
true.
You don't think so? I like women. I just like women. So she likes me. Typically, I like her. I like people that like me. That's my type. My type. I guess that is a type. I like women that like me. A woman that shows interest in me, that turns me on. Think about it. The people that like you, think about how they treat you. When people like you, they treat you well. They want to go out their way for you. They want to make things work for you. I like women that like me. Like if a woman does not show interest in me, I lose interest very, very quickly. Let's say that I try to approach a woman. The moment that I feel like you don't like me, I'm not attracted anymore. I'm not interested in anyone who does not like me. I'm not interested in people who even act like they don't like me. I don't like pain, I guess. I don't like that.
Is there a certain type of woman that you have found yourself more so in relationships with though? Is there like a reoccurring type of woman that you've been with?
Black. That's about it. But all different flavors of black. But I've dated outside of the race as well. So no, I have always chosen women that really liked me. That went out their way to show me that they liked me. That was just my thing. Yeah, going out of their way. Like, yeah, going out of their way.
Yeah, I feel like Jordan asked personality-wise, like not just like black women or out of your race, but like what kind of personality traits have you attracted? Like not like they like you, but
Okay.
what do you find interesting?
Kind woman, very, very kind. Like, I am a woman that likes to. The type, I like a woman that's just kind, like friendly to everybody. Well, is friendly to the waiter, is friendly to my parents. It's just nice. I like a woman that's very, very kind. I like a woman that's gonna. I don't even know how to explain it. Just super kind. I like the type of woman that's gonna go skip around in a field. Just very, very nice. I like nice women. That's what turns me on. Especially if they're nice in public, but behind closed doors they turn into a demon. That's what I like too. So I don't know. I like I like a kind woman, a kind-hearted woman that really likes me. I know. Hey, it's even my. Hey, shoot, you can ask my homeboys about it. They'll say, yeah, he likes women that like him. That's always been my type. Women that like me. I found out very early that women that like me treat me very well. And if I have to chase a woman around and she's not gonna treat me very well, I don't want to do that shit. What's up? What'd you say?
What'd you say?
Oh, I thought you asked me something.
Sorry, one more time. You cut out. Sorry.
No problem. I thought you asked me something. My bad.
No, respect. So I think like I heard you say that you're like not looking for anything right now, that you're just trying to be single.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you said that on like one of your lives that you're like, I'm not looking for anything.
Yeah, I'm not. But I've never been actively pursuing a relationship. If it happens, cool. But I've never been actively pursuing it. That's really not my thing. If I find a woman that really likes me and I really like her, then sure, we can make it work. But I'm not out specifically looking for anything serious. it's not my style.
What's your longest relationship?
Um, Shoot, the girl I was with, the one that I was with that passed away, that was about, it was over, it was it's probably not long to y'all standards. It's probably about 3 years. About 3 years.
No, that's long enough.
Yeah, it's very
I feel
long.
like that's long.
Long enough for me to know I wanted to be with her.
Oh, don't make me cry right now. Is that why you guys broke up? Is because she passed away?
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
no, it's okay.
That's
It's okay.
so hard.
It's okay. I appreciate it though. It is okay.
Yeah.
That was my taste of true love, and it was absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Cherish it. Cherish every moment of it, right? And without it, I wouldn't be who I am today. It's all intentional. And we visited many times after that. Made peace with it. So it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah. I could see the sparkle in your eyes.
Yeah. Yep. But we live and we love, and then we move forward and we do our best. The purpose of that, it was a divine spark for me, right? It really led me down a path of finding myself, of searching for answers, even if my search for answers was in a very bitter way, right? I forgive that version of me and I honor that version of me, because the fucking wheel of that version of me to find answers, to get in touch with source, is what allowed me, or gave me the insight, or really gave me the balls to have these huge psychedelic experiences, and then these huge mystical experiences, which ultimately turned me around and allowed me to surrender long enough to start coming into the knowing of who I am right now. So if I didn't go through that, would I be in the position right now to help my mother? Would my mother still be around? There's so many things that unfolded perfectly because of that moment, that, I don't look at it with any kind of hatred, or, for a while I was sitting around thinking, why? But now it's all divine orchestration. My life has been an example of the divine, right? My older brother, he passed away when I was younger. He was, and without that experience as well, like, I am not who I am today. So all of these things gave me more clarity on who I am, pushed me into, it just pushed me down this beautiful path. So, it's all, everything is perfect. Everything is perfect. And shoot, I am, like I say, I'm not looking for love, but I'm open to love. I love love, right? I love being in love, man. But it's just not, it's not something that I'm actively out here fiending for.
Okay.
What you mean, okay? What you mean?
If you say so.
Oh, yeah. But I do, We'll see. We'll see.
So, something that stuck out to me of what you said about that is that it pushed you to be like who you are now. And like, there's a story, I hope that somebody can remembers it. I don't know. It's basically like, I think he was like a Zen master who would always say, like, is that so? Because it's basically what you said right now. It's like all these events happen in your life, everything is happening. And what we do as humans is that we try to give it meaning. We try to be like, if this happened, it means this.
Yeah.
And so this is good, this is bad, right?
Yeah.
But basically this Zen master would always be like, people would come to him and be like, oh, your son died because like he got trampled by like a horse. And he'd be like, is that so? And then he'd be like, oh, actually, like, your son had a terminal illness, so he was gonna die anyway, or whatever. He'd be like, is that so? Does anybody know this story? Have you heard this?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I have to look it up, but it's like basically like what you're saying is that we as humans try to define everything as like this happened, so it's better, or it's a good thing, or it's a bad. Oh, it's a Chinese. Yeah, somebody Glow knows it. She said, yeah, it's a Chinese proverb. Um, but yeah, like good or bad, who can say? It's like everything is happening. It's neither good or bad. It just is.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to lean into that in like everyday life. I'm trying to just look at things as happening. It's like things are just happening. I don't have to define every little thing that's going on in my life as good or bad or for my greater good or not. It's just happening.
Yeah. Yeah. I hear you. And yeah, everything is absolutely meaningless. Yeah, I think that's a core part of even my belief, right? But in the things that mean nothing, I am the perfection within it. Therefore, all of it must be good, right? So I go beyond that. Yeah, I know that everything is meaningless, and I know that I have a choice, right? I can choose to sit in the why did this happen to me, or I can choose to say, it all perfectly worked out, and I choose to look at it from a certain perspective. It all is absolutely meaningless, though. Absolutely meaningless. Nothing has meaning without me. I am the one who breathes life into everything. Right? So, agree.
Yeah. And somebody just answered it. It's a horse. It's a Chinese proverb. It's like the horses run away. The village declares how the farmer says it's good or bad, and it's like who can say? Like it's basically just perspective of what you see.
Facts. Such is life. Life is simply your perspective. All of our lives is just a game of perspective, right? None of it is good or bad. It's just what we say it is.
No, I agree. I do have another question for you, though. Sorry, I have a lot of questions.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Where do you live?
Oh my goodness. Okay. No, I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm in Dallas.
Oh, was that too forward?
Nah, I mean, go ahead. I'm an open book for you.
Oh no, I was just asking because I think you're nice.
Thank you. I think you're nice too. You're not in Dallas though.
You said you like nice women.
I do. I love nice women. I absolutely adore nice women. You're not in Dallas though.
I live in LA.
Ah, dang. I don't like LA. I can't stand LA.
May I please ask why?
Every time I went to LA, it was just something was off about it to me. But I'm sure a beautiful person in LA could change my perspective on it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you didn't come visit me. That's why.
Look at you. You're absolutely right though. I'll take you up on that offer.
I'm laughing right now because I think this is so funny. It's like everybody on this live is experiencing our love story right now. There's 39 people.
Yeah, the unfolding. 40, don't count it short. Plus YouTube, plus Instagram. The whole world is basically saying. But it's okay, man. We don't have to give them a show. They all trying to look at us. We don't have to give them a show. We can talk in private. I got you.
I deserve an invite to the wedding. I hope everybody knows that like this is just like a cutesy little like chat. Like,
yeah, of course. Yeah, we just flirting. Like, we're not in love yet.
I saw it from the beginning.
Yeah, we're not in love yet. Yeah, that's all good.
But yeah, I haven't been to Texas in a really long time. My aunt used to live in Texas, so I went to Dallas when I was like 15 years old.
Yeah.
And I love Dallas.
Yeah, Dallas is Dallas is fire. And if you haven't been there in a long time, you know, it's changed.
Is it still humid AF?
Yeah, it is. It is. It is. But LA's, well, I don't even remember LA being humid. LA's just by the water, I guess. LA's not too humid.
No, I'm saying when I was in Dallas, it was very humid and it was hot.
Oh,
The food was excellent.
yeah. You been to Houston?
I've never been to Houston. I've only been to Dallas.
Gotcha. Houston humidity is insane. But yeah, Dallas is pretty cool. Dallas is cool. I think Dallas is well, I'm biased because I live here. I absolutely love Dallas. Dallas is wonderful. Wonderful. It's got everything you need, man. You can go to Fort Worth, which is close, like 40 minutes. You can get Cowtown, right? Downtown Fort Worth is like this Western type place. They got Dallas is okay. Oh my goodness. Don't sell Dallas short now. But you can go to Cowtown, you can they have the Cowboys out there and all types of things. But then, you know, Dallas in itself is pretty cool. It's got everything that you need.
Nice. I remember like one time you were on the live and it was literally storming in the background. Like you were in front of this big window.
Yeah.
I don't know if you moved, but like
Yeah,
you had like these huge windows.
Yeah,
and
I'm
it was literally lightning and thunder and you're just like on the live and
Yeah.
you're talking about the I am and you're like everything is within you guys and it was literally like fire and lightning and storms in the back of you and I was like, what the hell?
Yeah. That was my last spot. That was I stayed in like downtown, well not downtown, uptown Dallas, or like Turtle Creek area. So it was a nice spot. But yeah, I moved like 4 or 5 weeks ago. Damn, it's been that long.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I moved closer to my parents because, yeah, just because. Help my mom with some stuff. I take her to appointments Mondays and Wednesdays. And then it's just more convenient. Less money. And I already spent a whole lot on the parents. So it just was, right now is my season of service, right? My life is kind of about them right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I can tell.
Your brother lives in Dallas, you said, Miss Kiana? What part of Dallas? I might know your brother. Me and him might be cool. My sister is out in Houston too, though. What other questions you got, if any?
Me?
Yeah.
What questions do you have for me? I've asked you all the questions. Do you have any questions for me?
Not right now. No.
Seriously?
Yeah. You expected one?
Yeah, I thought you were gonna have a question for me.
What were you expecting? What kind of question were you expecting? Give me a hint.
Anything. You can ask me literally anything. I'm pretty open. I'm definitely on my spiritual path. I'm definitely very transparent, for sure.
Okay. So
You can ask me anything.
how do you feel your life is going right now?
I feel like the more that I surrender and trust the process and I don't fight that process, it goes very smooth. And I feel like the minute that I get into my head and start questioning everything and then like go back and revert to having to have things figured out and having to have everything known, it gets bumpy. But surrender to me has taken on a very, very different meaning because it's like an onion, it's layered. It's like you can't go down that path and then pull back. You have to just fully lean into it teaching me right now. So I would say my life is going good. A lot of change. Like everything has changed in the last 6 months dramatically.
Yeah.
But I'm learning how to lean into it.
Okay. You kind of said surrendering is not something that you can back out of. What do you mean by that?
What I mean is with the path of surrender, it's not like it's like you can't sit in two seats. You can't be like, I'm going to take the path of surrender, but then still try to force and control certain things, certain aspects of your life. So that's what I mean is that I think when you're in the conscious mind, like when you're like going through your everyday life, you get so accustomed to force and control because that's how you lived your life before the path of surrender. So you forget that you're supposed to just let it be and live with like non-judgment. Just to be like, all right, this doesn't mean anything. Like you said, you give it meaning, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I mean. I mean that you can't sit in two seats. You have to fully surrender or not.
No, that makes sense. The whole double-mindedness, right? The double-mindedness taking us away from things. I get you. I got you. Okay.
Wait, so Glow had a question. Glow said, I have a question. What to do during the spiral and deep sadness? Literally surrender to it. And I don't know, like Alex, you might think differently of this, but I think like when you try to run away from your emotions and try to feel something else, when you're sad and when you're depressed, you're just making it a longer process of being in that sadness. But if you lean into it, and it's basically like your inner child. It's like, how would you treat your child, your inner child inside of you? Like, you're sad. You don't want to reject that inner voice, that inner child. You want to be like, I understand you. It's okay to be sad. Be sad for a little bit, and then we'll be fine again. Number one thing about life is that you have to know that it's cyclical, and you're not going to be happy all the time. There's no way you're going to be happy 24/7, 365 days a year. So when you're discomforted, lean into it. It'll pass so much quicker than if you try to fight it.
Yeah, agreed.
So Glow says, thank you for answering. I'm not running away from it, but it's been 2 days of it and I'm tired and I'm still sad not spinning. Like, okay, Glow, we are in a full moon right now. And I don't know where your transients are. I don't know if you have fire, if you're like Virgo, like what house. But it might be hard for you based upon your chart. I think that if it's hard for you, it's because you're going through a bigger transition right now. And it's asking for you to let something go. So one thing I will say, Glow, is fear means that you are expanding. If you're fearful of something, that means you're growing. You're not staying the same. So it's a beautiful experience that you are fearful and sad right now because you're expanding something. I don't know what that is for you because I don't know you, but you're expanding.
Yeah. It's exciting. It's an exciting time. Expansion is exciting, right? You can't fear anything if you're just doing the same things over and over again. Right? The beauty of your emotions is that they're always telling you a story. They're always kind of welcoming you back to yourself. We'll often say that things like, oh no, we're sad, or I'm tired of being sad. But have you truly honored that sadness? Have you truly honored that sadness? Like the goddess was just saying, if it was your child that came up to you with that sadness, right? How would you treat them? You would give them presents, because the most important thing for them to receive in that time would be your presence. You actually sitting in that furnace with them, all right, and listening to them, hearing them out, hearing their grievances, hearing their pain, and being there throughout it. Are you doing that for yourself, or are you simply trying to change? Or are you simply trying to change the emotion? Oops, my bad. Got the puzzle piece, y'all. Cool. Or you simply trying to change that emotion. Saying, oh, if I feel better, I can get things. Or, man, I'm just trying to deny. Would you do that to your kid? Would you say, no, get out of here, get out of this room and come back when you're happy? I don't want you around. I do not want to talk to you when you don't feel good. So it's about showing up the same way for yourself. That's love, right? And when you show up for yourself that way, the world can show up for you like that as well. A lot of you, I mean, let's call y'all out. A lot of y'all are running from y'all emotions because you think staying happy will somehow get you some other person, get you some SP. And when they come into your life, you believe that you will be validated. Here's the truth: you never will. And even if they come back and you don't deal with your emotions right now, whenever y'all have disagreements, are you just gonna sit there and deny your emotions again and not ever get to the core of who you are? How are y'all gonna grow together if you do that shit? How are you going to grow together? How are you going to grow at all if you do not embrace your emotions and sit through the sadness, sit through the fear, sit through anxiety, sit through the doubt, sit through all of that and actually love yourself through it?
Also, too, I want to add that to that is that one thing that I've implemented that has helped me a lot is giving myself grace through the times where you need to rest. Because she said, like, she's very sad and she's tired. Oh, so she said she passed out on the couch.
Hell no, I'm not saying isolate at all.
Honor your body. One thing that I've been doing that I think has helped me a lot is like resting. So if you're tired and you're not working and you don't have anything to do, don't guilt yourself into feeling like you can't rest. Like, your body's asking you to rest. If you feel like you just want to pass out on the couch and you feel like you just need to rest, do it, because your body is talking to you and it needs it. So a good word, I think, is grace for what you're going through. Give yourself grace.
Yeah. I'm not saying isolate for just the sole purpose of isolating, right? It's just like she said, right? It's just giving yourself grace. It's being in tune with yourself. If you want to go out, go out. If you want to stay in, because it feels better to stay in, do that. But the one thing I won't advise is trying to escape reality, right? I remember going through some difficult times, and things like NyQuil and other stuff like that became my best fucking friend, because I did not want to be awake, because sleeping was fucking peaceful, right? So that's the path that I would not recommend from personal experience. It is honoring, right, and actually working through the things that you are going through.
Alex,
Yes, indeed.
are you tired? Do you want to get off?
You reading my mind? How did you know that? Are we just already that in tone?
What I say? I mean, I guess I'm your SP or something.
No, I'm all right now. I can still go a couple minutes. I'm about to get my other phone though. So you can say a couple words and entertain everybody for a second. I'll be right back.
Like, no. What's up, y'all? Y'all can ask me whatever, like, I'll try to give you good feedback of like what you're going through, but be aware that it is a very intense time. We're about to go into like an eclipse season right now. I think it starts like tomorrow or the next day. So it definitely depends on where your like planets are and like your like rising sign, your sun, your moon, and everything of like the intensity. So if you're feeling tired, if you're feeling overwhelmed, I think just like honor that right now. Jordan is really like advocating for our connection. That's so funny. Thanks, Jordan. I appreciate it. You know, I'm still like out here trying to meet people, even though I'm a little bit older.
That's a story.
What do you mean?
Even though I'm a little bit older? What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know. I guess I just don't be out on these streets no more. I just be in the house. You know what I mean?
I hear you. I hear you. What else y'all got? What else y'all got? I have been feeling so exhausted lately, and I stay in a bit of a toxic household. So not giving much of a chance to rest. What would you say to that?
Unfortunately, living in a toxic household, which I've been there, I definitely have done that, it does affect your mood and it does affect your ability to see truth, right? The people that you spend the most time with, which is like the people in your household, it does affect you. I think the best thing for you to do if you don't have control over where you're living right now is to just try to go on as many walks as you can, try to get as much alone time as you can, and like just go for a walk. Do like things that are free. Like I remember when I was living with my ex, we broke up while we were still living together. I would literally just walk to the coffee shop. I walked to the library and I would just write and read and check out books. So just try to spend some time on your own, even though you are living in a toxic environment. It's tough. Like I'm gonna validate you on that because it's different energies where you lay your head at night. But yeah, just try to get as much time alone as you can. Definitely.
I would also say, how are you choosing? Okay, why are you choosing to see the household that way? Sometimes we can feel stuck in environments, but the prison starts in our mind first, right? Everything is simply a product of our definition. Things can only show up, people can only show up at the level of consciousness that we allow them to show up. So even me sitting around and saying, look, this is a toxic household, whether it's a situation with an ex, it's a situation with family members, whatever the case may be, me persisting in that story allows reality to continue to persist in that story. But the moment that I begin to change that story, I no longer identify myself as with that situation or in that situation. I identify myself as someone who is only in peaceful, divine, perfect, wholesome relationships and family or household situations that are in alignment with the God that I am. When I choose that story, now reality can actually conform to me. Right? So, different perspective.
I'm like a nurturer. I'm like good cop. Alex.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a metaphysical cop, man.
Yeah, like you still have the power. Like no matter what happens to you, no matter what situation you are, like you hold the power of that situation.
100% you hold the power, right? And we forget our power so much, and we get in these situations and we start telling stories based on what we perceive, when everything that you perceive is just an opportunity for you to tell the story of how you want it to be. Let me say that one more time. We get so caught up in reality that we begin to tell the story as we perceive it, as we see it. But every time you see or perceive something, it's just an opportunity for you to tell the story how you want it to be. That's all it is. Okay? Reality is just waiting for you to say what it is so it can conform. Point blank, period. When you start to persist in the story of how you want things to be, right? Everybody always shows up for me, right? These women are divinely attracted to me. Right? Everything always works for me. Money flows to me in all kinds of beautiful and divine ways. It always surprises me the way it shows up. The situations that I live in are always absolutely perfect. And I form deeper connections with the household every day. When you start telling those stories and persist in those stories, You allow reality to conform around you. You don't conform to reality, because if you conform to reality, you just get more of the same shit. If I continue to tell the same story, my ex is toxic, the household is toxic, this is toxic, that is toxic, then guess what? I just continue to attract or create or choose that situation. But the moment I transcend it and I realize, no, I am the creator, I am source, I am God. Now that reality conforms to me. I'm allergic to toxicity, right? I don't attract it. Like, my life is full of peace. There's no one in my life that is toxic. People that are toxic can't even come around me. They can't. They can't come in my presence. Something happens that removes them. It's just, that's a law. That is law in my reality. And that can be law in your reality as well. Everybody conforms to the perfect ideal vision that you have of them in your mind. That's it. People must show up to meet you in peace and harmony, in divinity and prosperity like you are.
That's so sweet what Glow said. She's like shouting from the mountains how much she loves her family when she said she didn't really get along with her brother and her dad, but now she loves them so much. That's so sweet.
Another miracle, right? You stay in that story, you persist in that end, and reality has no choice but to do that, right? No, reality has no choice but to show up. Absolutely. Thank you. You're welcome. We're all in this together. We are all in this together, right? I am here, right? The reason why I don't, it's not that I don't empathize or sympathize with stories that we tell, right? Because I do. But the reason that I don't meet y'all there is because I refuse, because I already know what you're asking with this question, right? In the question lies the answer. The question contains the answer always, right? You saying, all right, how do I exist in this toxic environment? How do I do this? It's really you saying what you want. You don't want the toxic environment. You want that environment to be right, to be good, to be perfect, to be divine, right? And so I have an obligation to see you as such, because I know that's what you want. It's like the Abdullah and Neville situation. Neville walked up to Abdullah, Neville Goddard, if y'all don't know, a spiritual teacher, walked up to Abdullah saying, look, this is what I want. I want to go to Barbados. I want this. I want that. And what did Abdullah say? He simply said, you are in Barbados, and walked away from his ass. You are in Barbados. He didn't argue for his limitations with him. This is the constant word that I preach, right? Is go to the end and stay there. When you have a desire, when you have a problem is a desire, y'all. Hear me when I say this, okay? You think you have a problem in your life. But what is the problem birth? You walk into a problem and all of a sudden you get a realization of what you would prefer. There is no problem. There's just reality, or God showing you what you actually want. It's just an opportunity for God to show you what you want. There is no problem. Do you hear me? There is no problem. So when you start to look at life from a different lens, okay, this situation doesn't look ideal, but the God within me is perfect, so everything is unfolding perfectly. I don't know what, I don't like this situation, but I do have clarity on what I want now. So this is the Spirit of God, showing me who I really am. And so I attach to that and I move forward in that knowing, and all things can be added to me. Right? I refuse to go down to that level with y'all because y'all don't want to be there. And we're not having therapy session. I'm not here to tell you it's all right. I'm here to tell you you are all powerful. And if you don't like the situation, you don't have to be there. If you want to choose a different situation, you have power to do that. You don't have to tolerate a half-assed version of an SP. You don't have to tolerate a toxic household. You don't. You can persist in what you want, whether it's moving out, whether it's all of them, of choosing a different version of all of them. You get to choose. The only thing that you have to figure out is what you want. And then tell the story from that perspective and allow all of it to unfold. It's all on you. It's all on you. Love y'all, by the way. Y'all know that. What other questions y'all got? Here we go. I'm persisting in my SP. If I can do it with my family, I can do it with SP. Absolutely. Absolutely. Nobody's different, right? It's all the same. It's all the exact same. You've got this, right? You have got this. It's already done. It's not even, it's already done. You've already chosen. The gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable. So the moment that the moment that you decided what you wanted, it was done. It's all unfolding for you. That's it. Do you think we have to be actively narrating that story into our reality with our thoughts? One decision was enough. One choice was enough. Now, if you find yourself thinking about that situation, you can remind yourself that it's already done. But do you have to be actively narrating the story into your reality? No, right? That's like saying, do you have to convince God? Absolutely not. God gave you the desire. It's already a promise. You just have to know it's unfolding, however that looks like to you. If that looks like anytime you have an opposing thought, reminding yourself, no, it's already done. Right? Not saying that you have to cut off your opposing thoughts. I'm not saying you have to cut off the emotions. It's just you remind yourself, you fall in love with the knowing that it's done. You romanticize the knowing that it's done. Right? That becomes your core. How do you feel about that? You go by Corin? Is it Corin? Am I saying that right?
Corinne.
Corinne?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Just making sure.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
How do I feel about like the SD situation?
Oh, that's a good question. Before you answer that, now enjoy the present moment and knowing everything's beautiful. I feel like anytime the topic arises, you speak from the narrative you want, and it is that now. Exactly. You always have the choice to choose the narrative that you are going to speak from. Right? You can always choose what you want, right? Identity first, circumstances second, absolutely. How do I feel about angel numbers? If they help you, cool. But what often we do is we'll see a 333 on a license plate, right? Or we'll be like, oh, I saw 3 thick women today in the club. 3 is my angel number. Let me Google what 3 means. And we look up 3 and it says 3 means money is coming to you. And we say, fuck, that's not what I wanted. And then we Google it somewhere else and it says 3 means SP and love. And we say, oh, that's it. That's what it means. Well, what really happened is you just chose what it meant anyway. Sure, these numbers have meaning, whatever, but you also can come into agreement with your inner guidance system on what certain things mean. Like I'll constantly tell y'all, right? When I see Blue Jays, I already know that something is unfolding perfectly for your boy. Because Blue Jays just mean they have a special meaning in my life, right? So, let me see what kind of battery I got. Oh, I got 1%. So when I see Blue Jays, I already know everything is going to work out perfectly, right? Is that something I read in a book? No, it's something that I made a decision on with source. Something I made a decision on with source. So you always have, you're creating a reality. Remember, everything is meaningless until you give it meaning. So of course it's going to give you meaning. It's of course, because you read something and you decided that's what it meant. That's what it means. But the truth is you can give it all meaning. It can mean whatever you want it to mean. You see that?
I agree.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say I agree. I literally have like just started seeing angel numbers too, like recently in the past 2 months. But I feel like it's just because of my awareness and like the meaning that I do give those numbers. But the way that I look at it too is that it's anything that gives you separation from your desires, you're just causing space and time between those things showing up. So I try to stay in the state of like, I'm not in lack of anything. Like I already have everything that I need. Every day I wake up, I have everything that I need for that day. And the biggest scam to me, of our world is to always get you to think about the future, to be like, well, what are you going to do? Like, if this doesn't show up or if that doesn't show up, what are you going to do? And it keeps you in a state of lack. Like, you can't even enjoy the table of food that you have before you because you're already worried about breakfast. And that is a terrible way to live. And how we should live. How we should live is we should live in a state of gratitude for everything that we have right now. There is no time and space. We have it right now. Like, who says it's not going to show up? The world. And that is why they're always trying to sell you something. And that is why consumerism is so big. Like, everybody knows. You open up the app, you open up TikTok or Instagram, the ads are trying to sell you shit to be like, well, you need this, you need this. You don't need none of that shit. Like, honestly, like, I haven't bought shit from, like, any ad in, like, 3 years because I realized, like, I'm like, I don't need any of this trash. It just gives you more shit in your house that you don't need. And when you realize that you have everything that you need in this moment, you can enjoy life so much more. It's so perfect when you have that mentality.
I see. I agree.
Yeah, Lucas said lack is an illusion. You always have everything in abundance. Maybe not desired, but still perfect. Yeah, because most of us, I would say, have a roof over our head. We have food, we have water, we have loved ones. Everybody has somebody that loves them. Mm-hmm. And that has no price tag on it. There's no price tag on that.
Agreed. All right, y'all, this might be my ending point. When I start fantasizing about my fucking pillow, when I start saying, God damn, that pillow probably thinking about me right now, that's when I know it might be time to lay my ass down.
Yeah, I knew you were tired. I was like, are you tired? You're like, no. I have like a couple more minutes left.
Yeah, I gave y'all a couple more minutes. More than a couple more minutes. Y'all should be very satisfied with my performance tonight, all right?
Oh, damn.
It's just never enough for your ass.
10 out of 10.
Thank you. All right, man. Well, y'all, I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for the pushback. Thank y'all for the questions, for the engagement. I appreciate this space that we have. And first of all, hold up. My SP is at a bar right now. I can see his location, so my inner child is really sad, nurturing her. All right, first of all, get off of his location. Get off of that. Number two, if you're on it, tell the story of how it really is. Right now you have an opportunity to tell whatever story you want. You can tell the story that they're drinking because they miss you. You could tell that story. And that would be the truth. But instead, we choose a disempowering story. Right? Guys, you can paint reality however you want to paint it. Hear me with love. You've never been the victim. You've always been God. You've always been the source. You've always been the one telling the story. Hear me very clearly. Everything is meaningless without you. You can say infinite stories and they were all true. What are you choosing to say about everything? Okay? Cool. Well, I appreciate y'all. We've been on here for 4 hours and 58 minutes. All right. I appreciate y'all as always. Of course, this discussion will be on YouTube. They're always on YouTube. I don't take them down. And then the document will be uploaded to YouTube as well. So you can get the document, you can get the affirmations, all of that. All right. You'll have a beautiful, beautiful evening. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Miss Corinne. Y'all gonna have to sit with me for a second while I upload this document to YouTube. Good night, good night, good night. Y'all have sweet dreams, man. Dream about your SP. Dream about your SP bringing you flowers, treating you nice, loving on you, touching on you, kissing on you, doing all those things you like. And then wake up knowing that it's absolutely done. It's done. You have them. And there's nothing else to do. You got this. Boom. Document is uploaded. All right, y'all. Peace.